Okay. So good morning, everyone. We are happy to be here in this very starting the last day, official day of IGF of 2023, with this very relevant conversation about how we can leverage the Freedom Online Coalition at the international organization for the work and support the exercise of rights. So for this conversation, I am Maria Paz Canales. I am the head legal policy and research at Global Partners Digital, and I have the pleasure to be the moderator and be joined by a distinguished panel of representatives from the governments of Canada, United States, and the Netherlands that hold the chair of the Freedom Online Coalition in the previous periods, in the current period, and it will be taking over for the following one in the case of the Netherlands. And also for distinguished members of the advisory network of the Freedom Online Coalition that represent civil society organizations and also bring their perspective to this very important conversation about how we can discuss more about the opportunities and challenges of using the FOC to shape global norms and advocate for human rights defenders, civil society, journalists, and other stakeholders in multilateral institutions and processes. So very relevant conversation for all the moving parts that we are confronting in this moment. And because of that, my opening remark, I want to concentrate in this idea of like the interoperability that we usually associate with more technical concept. But today we are seeing like more than ever the need of like ensuring interoperability also regarding frameworks and regarding efforts. So how we can leverage the experience of collaboration at the multilateral level, but also with all the experience and the richness that come from the multi-stakeholder engagement, which is the natural strength of the Freedom Online Coalition. So in that sense, it's very important, like, remind that for achieving the true interoperability, that we need to have common objectives. And the Freedom Online Coalition precisely have championed the identification of common goals, common objectives of the like-minded state that are united in this coalition, and also have championed the idea of like progressively enlarge and welcome more diversity in that participation, with recently new states joining the Freedom Online Coalition. One of those very relevant common objectives is the approach to protect and promote human rights that unite all the members of this relevant coalition and make it through this slogan that many of the human rights advocates in the digital sphere, we pursued from many years ago, like make it the same rights valid online and offline. And for this, it's not necessarily imperative to establish entirely new regulations. Sometimes we need to take advantage of what already we have developed in many frameworks. And for that, consistently, the advisory network has been supporting also the work of the government in trying to leverage all the advocacy work and the experience and the interpretation that come from the international human rights system in order to enhance this collaboration and promote more effective protection of rights. With that note, I want to give the floor to the relevant people in this conversation, the ones that represent, as I mentioned at the beginning, the past experience in leveraging the value of this network, the ones that represent the present experience, and the ones that come with a lot of new plans and hopes and new brand possibilities of continuing this very fruitful collaboration. So first, we will welcome Ms. Irene Su, who is the representative from the Canadian government, to give her a little bit of her thoughts in terms of the experience of the Canadian government leading the efforts of the FOC. Please, Irene.
Great, thank you, everyone. So I'll speak a bit about Canada's experiences. So we were the chair during the 2022 year And before that, in the lead up to the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, we were the chair of the task force on AI and human rights. And before the negotiations really started, we thought that we had to take a proactive and deliberate approach to having a multi-stakeholder discussion that would inform all of our engagement in the negotiations. So we had started with a briefing from UNESCO to the FOC Paris Diplomatic Network, which our mission in UNESCO, a mission to UNESCO also leads that diplomatic network. The benefits of the FOC is that even though we're very like-minded in terms of values and principles, it is fairly cross-regional with differing levels of capacity and knowledge on these issues. So that first briefing was really important to get everyone on the same page about what was at stake and the main issues, and UNESCO's goals for the recommendation. And then really from there, it was very much an iterative and sometimes messy process. We had regular meetings within the task force involving countries, civil society, and tech companies in the advisory network. And really, it was really helpful because these issues are necessarily multidisciplinary, and we're used to that when we're formulating national negotiating positions, having to talk to different departments, civil society, industry, and so you had to bring together people with policy experience, with multilateral experience, with the technical expertise, and very few people who know all three, and try to bring those together. Even in the negotiations themselves, which were unfortunately all virtual due to COVID, some delegations, it was very much a multi-stakeholder negotiation. Even some delegations represented by professors with expertise in AI. And so you had to do a lot of translating between the different communities, but that's why the FOC was such a valuable place to do that coordination, bringing all those communities together. And then just maybe some lessons learned. Like I said, to be inclusive and multi-stakeholder really needs to be a deliberate and proactive decision from the start. It's not going to happen on its own. Plan that it will take more time than you think it will take. The issues are complex. There's always going to be tensions. And as we like to say, if you're not uncomfortable, you're probably not being inclusive enough. And we also all just need to, I think it's not, as governments, it's not always our natural tendency to want to be consultative, but that's why it needs to be a deliberate decision to kind of step out of normal practices to make that happen. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Erin. And on that note about the value of the multi-stakeholder engagement and even the value of like feeling a little bit uncomfortable, and which is the job of the civil society in general in these processes, I would like to bring to the conversation Veronica Ferrari from APC, Association for Progressive Communication, who is member of the advisory network, to comment a little bit about the benefits of this multi-stakeholder dialogue and what had been the experience of like championing this through the work of the advisory network in collaboration with the FOC.
Great, thanks Maria Paz, and thanks for the remarks from Canada, and also the leadership in incorporating the inclusion agenda and putting that at the center of the FOC. That was continued under the US chairship, and we hope it will be continued in the next chairship. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. As Maria Paz was saying, I am a member of the advisory network where I represent APC. APC is an international civil society organization, but we are also a network of members from all over 40 countries located mostly in the global majority. So we are a network committed to co-creating a just and sustainable world by supporting people to use and shape the internet. So APC advocates and works towards more robust and meaningful multi-stakeholder collaboration, where those who are affected by digitalization and digital policies, particularly marginalized groups, have a voice in shaping policy at national, regional, and also international levels. So in this sense, APC sees the FOC as a valuable platform to advance this goal of multi-stakeholder collaboration. So as I just said, the increased emphasis at the FOC on digital inclusion, on incorporating the voice of marginalized groups, we think is a really positive step where engagement with communities who are most affected is required. So there is more to be done in that sense. So I think I wanted to highlight the role of the task forces and the sub-entities as good examples of multi-stakeholder collaboration within the FOC in addressing specific focus areas and also in translating principles and statements into practical actions. So, for example, in the case of AI, we believe that when discussing norms related to artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, from our perspective, from APC, the focus should be on the implication of these systems for human rights, for social justice, also for sustainable development. So the norms discussion should not be only around technology, but also about the inequalities that these technologies can create or even exacerbate. So from the FOC, working on decisions on new emerging technologies and AI is key to work with the TIFER, but also with the Digital Equality Task Force to incorporate perspectives from marginalized groups. So the role of the sub-entities has been key in shaping FOC priorities, the program of work, also informing discussions on these issues through learning opportunities, and also serve as a mean to engage other groups that are not necessarily part of the FOC and the advisory network. And I wanted to bring an example of which we believe in terms of setting norms that build on multi-stakeholder collaboration. I wasn't part of the FOC at that moment, but my colleagues from APC were really involved in this. Is the FOC joint statement on the human rights impact of cybersecurity laws, practices, and policies from 2020. So that statement contains recommendation for national cybersecurity practices and international processes and draw on the input of a multi-stakeholder FOC working group on that topic. So that statement underscored the importance of a human-centric approach to cybersecurity, the need to build on international human rights frameworks when shaping international cyber norms and also national policies. So this leads to my final point. We believe that the FOC could play a key role in coordinating international discussions, for example, on cybersecurity and cybercrime, because particularly at the UN and some of the processes, they are building on language and positions that are already there, that exist, and there is consensus about that. So that was one of the points that I wanted to mention. And then I know that we are talking about more processes and connections, so I may stop here. But I just wanted to highlight the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration, how FOC has proven as a key platform for that, and how we can still do better and more in that sense. So thank you, Maripaz.
Thank you very much, Veronica, for those remarks. Now I'm going to give the floor to Alison Peters, who is the representative of the US government that have held in this period the chairship of the FOC, to also share a little bit more about this engagement through diplomatic efforts and how you have tried to provide more efficacy also to this confederation, which is always a challenge when a group starts and it's small, it's easier maybe, but when you need to accommodate and welcome new members and new realities and new contexts, there are challenges in the coordination itself. So share a little bit of the US government leading that experience during the last chairship of the FOC.
Well, first, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Maria. It's really a pleasure on the last day of IGF to be joined by two very close friends, partners in crime, the Government of Canada and the Government of Netherlands, as well as our friend Veronica from the advisory network of this global coalition focused on human rights online. The United States has been really just tremendously thrilled to be the chair of this global coalition this year. We set out at the first Summit for Democracy to bolster both our engagement and work through the Freedom Online Coalition, but bolster the work of the coalition as a whole in terms of impacting multilateral processes, multi-stakeholder processes around the globe focused on technology-related issues. I think we learned a lot of hard lessons. We saw both challenges and successes. I think perhaps the most important lesson learned for us is the need to have very strong political will at the top of our leadership chain as the chair of this coalition. We had a presidential commitment to chair the coalition. We've had engagement from our Secretary of State. We recently hosted a ministerial level conversation at the UN General Assembly High Level Week. We've been able to bring in more members into the coalition as a result of that strong engagement and political leadership at the top of our chain. Advancing a rights-respecting approach to technology-related issues is central to the Biden administration's approach on technology policy. And so that has really helped us as the chair make sure that we are continuing to sort of hold ourselves accountable and getting a lot done this year. Certainly, we saw a lot of successes in terms of building the capacity of the Freedom Online Coalition during our chairship. Perhaps most importantly, building up our diplomatic networks, both in Geneva and New York, and working to expand those in other cities as well. In order to coordinate in advance of some really key multilateral processes. So we've coordinated through the Freedom Online Coalition in New York around the UN Cybercrime Treaty negotiations, for example, working closely with the advisory network to bring in their perspectives in those treaty negotiations. We've coordinated through the Freedom Online Coalition in advance of an emerging technology resolution being considered in the Human Rights Council, making sure also that we're talking through what priorities and perhaps threats to human rights are most critical in terms of addressing in any such resolution in the Human Rights Council. There's been coordination in UNESCO around the guidance for digital platforms, making sure also that we're bringing in the perspectives of the advisory network there in particular, as there's been very strong views amongst multi-stakeholders on that process in particular. The second piece I think that we've seen in terms of successes is really making sure that we are giving opportunities for members to facilitate coordination, not just in capital cities, but also through our embassies in countries around the globe. There perhaps is most critical when we're talking about responses to threats to human rights online, so particular cases of internet shutdowns or particular cases where we've seen human rights defenders be targeted by digital attacks, making sure that we are strengthening our coordination in those countries directly with our diplomats that are serving at our embassies has really been perhaps a key success of ours in our chairship this year. And then third, I'll just say in terms of a success, I think we have been successful in bringing in new issue sets into the Freedom Online Coalition, continuing to evolve. We had the entire Freedom Online Coalition issue a joint statement in the Human Rights Council, most recently looking at the threat of surveillance technologies. We were able to gain a host of additional governments. We're so pleased. I think the number is nearly 60 now that have joined on. So we've taken this issue set, we've coordinated in this coalition, and then we've taken it out to other governments to join us. Similarly, we issued a set of guiding principles on government use of surveillance technologies. There are, of course, I don't need to tell many of you in this room, a suite of surveillance technologies that are front and center in terms of the threats to human rights defenders, journalists, political opposition figures, dissidents, you name it. This is a particular threat when we talk about artificial intelligence systems embedded in those surveillance technologies, and we have been successful in developing these guiding principles on government use of surveillance tech that really sort of establishes what a rights-respecting use would look like when it comes to these technologies. We were pleased that the whole FOC joined on to these guiding principles, and then again, we were able to take that into the Summit for Democracy context and gain additional support. Certainly, though, we're not without challenges and rooms for improvement. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have is just linking human rights folks up with cyber and digital folks in each and every one of our governments. I'm sure we would all agree. Sometimes we can be siloed, and so the need to bring in both of those perspectives when we're making decisions and developing outputs of this coalition has really been a challenge for us, and I think every government at this table and in the FOC. Second challenge, of course, is visibility of the Freedom Online Coalition. There are a lot of coalitions out there. I'm engaged in a number, as I'm sure both of you are as well, and Veronica from the Advisory Network. And so making sure that we are keeping the Freedom Online Coalition sort of front and center in a lot of these policy discussions has been really a place where I think we continue to feel like there's room for improvement. And then last, I'll say, we continue to see room for improvement in terms of diversifying our membership, bringing in more countries from the global majority. This is something that has been a critical priority for us. To your point, Maria, not to grow this to too large of a size where coordination just becomes near impossible, but really to grow this with diversity of perspectives in mind. So we are not just making decisions that impact governments in one region or another, but we're making decisions that are holistic of the entire globe. This continues to be a priority, and we look forward to working with the government of the Netherlands to bring in more members of the global majority into the conversation. So I could probably go on with the challenges and areas for improvement, but we wouldn't be able to have achieved the successes that we did without the support of you all at the table and so many in this room in particular. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alison. And with that, I think it's the perfect segue to Ambassador Ernst Noorman, who represents the Netherlands, the new chairship of the Freedom Online Coalition for the following year. And precisely with all these relevant learns and experience that have been shared by your colleagues that previously hold the seat of the chairship, what are your views and your perspective in terms of the challenges and the opportunities and the plans that you bring as the new leadership of this coalition? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, Maria, and so glad to be invited at this table as a newcomer. And it's fascinating to attend this Internet Governance Forum and to meet so many people and have all these interesting discussions like we have this morning as well. And want to have a special mention on this subject, Guus van Zwol, who's sitting in front of me, being responsible actually for all the work on the Freedom Online Coalition from our side. So thank you for that. And I want to thank Erin and Alison for sharing your lessons learned on the Freedom Online coalitions. Now, Canada has shown us how Freedom Online Coalition policymakers can be trained on difficult technical topics like artificial intelligence, and how then this knowledge can be used in diplomatic negotiations. Although written 2 years before the public launch of generative AI, the FOC joint statement on artificial intelligence and human rights still holds up. This is due to the fact that Canada organized during the pandemic virtual classes for the policymakers, where they were informed by experts in academia, tech companies and NGOs on AI and machine learning. This knowledge base ensured that the FOC had an excellent position to coordinate this position around the UNESCO negotiations on AI and ethics. The US has done magnificent work on further energizing the FOC, and Alison mentioned a number of issues that have been brought on to the table. Like you have brought the FOC to the Summit for Democracy and underlined at the highest level that digital human rights is one of the biggest challenges of our time. Also, the US has done some important housekeeping on the coalition. With a new and updated terms of reference, the coalition is ready for the next 10 years. Although this might not be the most sexy subject from a PR perspective, it is most difficult for a diplomatic network. Getting everyone to agree on these changes was no small feat. So thank you very much for doing this important work. And it makes our work easier again. Thank you. Now it's up to us to continue these important lines of work, and that in a key year for digital governance. The GDC, as we all have been seeing in the last few days, will be the Internet governance event for next year, followed quickly by the WSIS plus 20. The next 18 months will be pivotal for the future of the Internet and to make sure that we will be the Internet we want. The Netherlands aims to keep the Internet multi-stakeholder organized, with a strong focus on human rights as a cross-cutting theme. For us, the FOC will be a key coalition to coordinate our positions in these important fora, for three good reasons. First, the FOC has played a key role in earlier processes and has proven to be an essential force in protecting the multi-stakeholder model of the Internet. And secondly, and possibly more important, the FOC is a global inter-regional coalition with countries from all continents. As we have heard the last few days, digital equality and expanding connectivity are still a challenge not sufficiently addressed by the past IGFs. If we want to move forward on Internet and AI governance, we must include a global majority perspective. We will therefore seek to broaden FOC's memberships. I would say further expand, because you've done excellent work already on that topic. But especially with like-minded countries from the global majority, and having engaged actively in the discussions. Having the FOC presidency, we want to make sure that the FOC's position in the GDC negotiations is widely supported and realistic. And thirdly, with the FOC, we have a long history of engaging with all the stakeholders. They are involved through the FOC advisory network and provide us, governments, with solicited and unsolicited advice on these important governance aspects. These elements of the FOC, our history, our expertise, our diverse membership and multi-stakeholder structure make the FOC an excellent coalition to coordinate our positions on the important themes such as Internet governance and AI, but also other related topics such as how to implement the recently concluded declaration on the information integrity. Also on behalf of Canada, I would like to thank all countries who have supported this important declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I think that with that final remark in terms of the value of the multi-stakeholder engagement for digital technologies governance, I would like to bring also someone from the advisory network that will join us online for making also more inclusive this conversation. So we have Boye Adegoke from Paradigm Initiative that will provide some additional remarks and thoughts about how we can think about the multi-stakeholder model in terms of like the threat that today are for this model and the switching to multilateralism, and how the value of this model, multi-stakeholder model, supported so strongly, as we have heard, by the FOC, by the past, by the present, by the future, will be enhanced and could be an opportunity to continue to advocating in and advancing the mission of ensuring human rights-based approach in all the digital technologies governance. So, Boye, can you hear us and can you bring your perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. You can hear me over there. Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to contribute to this conversation, and thanks to the FOC support unit for putting together this session and for asking me to share perspective. I think a lot has been said. Again, congratulations to the government of Netherlands for assuming the chairmanship, and great work to the United States government for the amazing work that they've done in the past 1 year. A lot has been said during this conversation, and some of the things I was going to mention had already been mentioned, so I will just gladly skip those so that I can make the other point. I think the point about inclusivity has been stressed, and that of multi-stakeholderism in terms of the power of FOC to bring all of these to the table. But I also want to say one of the importance of the FOC, and one of the benefits that the globe can benefit from leveraging what the FOC has done in the past year is that the FOC is also a platform with diverse expertise. So apart from the fact that the FOC has done a great job in ensuring inclusivity, in ensuring multi-stakeholderism, what you would also find within the FOC is diverse kind of expertise. So even within different stakeholder groups, you find different people coming with different expertise. For example, I'm a member of the advisory network. I represent an organization, but I would tell you for free that even while I represent an organization, even as an organization, we also represent a network of a number of other, civil society organizations focusing on different kinds of expertise within the digital inclusion and digital rights space, across the globe. So I think this is also one of the benefits of, or one of the value that the FOC can offer, some of these global processes in terms of setting global norms and all of that. But I also think something that I've seen, working through the FOC is accountability. I think that the FOC also has a very great level of, accountability system in terms of how the advisory network and the FOC itself as a coalition in terms of how we engage in developing, statements, in developing comments on many processes that the FOC have been engaged in. And I think this is very great for, for in terms of setting, very reliable global norms in terms of creating very effective system. It can help prevent abuses of power and ensure that global norms are implemented, effectively. I also think that one other benefit that I see within this context is also legitimacy. A lot of the, statements that the FOC have put out have gone through a lot of rigorous process, involving its advisory network member and the FOC countries there, or the FOC nations themselves. So at the end of the day, what we have a lot of times is we have legitimate outputs, and I think that this principle can also, be mainstream to how, a global norm are set in terms of getting that, legitimacy from a various, diverse group of stakeholders. So these are a few points that I think that are, kind of very, very relevant or valuable in terms of how the FOC operates, that I think that the global norm can benefit from. And, very quickly before I keep quiet, I also like to say that it's very important that I say that we have to be very careful in terms of how we set some of the digital policy or the digital norms that are being set in this age and time, to avoid the mistakes of the past. There might be that temptation, to absolutely resort to multilateralism. I had just come back from the ad hoc session, on the cyber treaty that the UN is currently working on, and I see that temptation a lot of times to overly, resort to multilateralism, by not giving civil society voices enough opportunity to make contribution during some of these sessions. I was in the room, so I see this happen practically. So I think that's something that we need to be very careful of, and I think that's where FOC can also come in again, because whether we like it or not, within the multilateralism setup, there is always inequitable power dynamics. In multilateral forums, powerful nations may have disproportionate influence, potentially leading to norms that primarily serve their interest. Smaller or less powerful nations may have very limited ability to shape, global norms to their advantage. And I think the FOC provides some sort of, platform whereby this can be mitigated to very large extents. I already mentioned the accountability the other time, but I also want to mention what I also call the problem of fragmentation and complexity, because over time, multilateralism can lead to a proliferation of agreements, treaties, and norms, creating a complex and sometimes contradictory web of rules that can be challenging to navigate and implement. So I also think that the FOC can really, really come handy in terms of helping to mitigate some of these challenges with multilateralism, and also making sure that the mistakes of, assuming that nations can just come together and develop norms and develop, rules to guide, behaviors within the international context. It can be very problematic, and the FOC in that instance, I think, is also a very great platform that can help in terms of mitigating those type of challenges. Because as a member of the FOC, I have seen how many of the processes that we've been involved in, many of the, many of the involvement of the FOCs, even in global processes, it has benefited a lot from inputs of the different members of the FOC, inputs from, from diverse group, input from representation of diverse communities, etc., that the FOC embodies. So I think this is very important, and I think that it's just a great opportunity for the world to benefit, or for the world to leverage the amazing work that is being done by the FOC. And I also see the FOC as also an evolving, emerging, platform that continues to improve, that continues to expand. So at this point, I'll just put a stop to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Boye, for being part of this conversation today. And I think that with your remarks, we have also a good segue in opening a little bit more also the conversation to the ones in the table, but also in the room, and even participants online, if there's someone that want to jump in the conversation. Exploring a little bit more, like Ambassador have reminded us, the importance of the housekeeping. We have heard from each one of the churches, the past, the current, and the future, about how important it's like to address the issue of coordination, because even when we can agree in terms of the values and being like-minded in terms of the goal of promotion and protection of human rights related to the digital technologies, this need an operational layer. And that's the challenge that is up to the coalition to figure out every year for continue developing the great work that had been doing. So in that sense, in a more operative way, how we can think about what are the key subject matters or the processes that you identify as the one that will need be prioritized in the following year for the improvement of diplomatic network coordination ahead of any relevant negotiation of any of these identified processes. And in that same line, how can the FOC leverage its previous work and upcoming work to enhance the ability that governance processes have a meaningful, inclusive approach of majority world voices, and this multi-stakeholder nature that we have discussed is at the essence of really have a process that can be fully aligned with the best protection of human rights. So I invite anyone around the table to react, but also from the audience. I don't know. You want? Yeah.
Well, I think this is kind of the heart of this discussion today. We've had several days now of IGF, and I think all of the processes that probably every single one of us would list have been on the agenda for IGF sessions this week. So we do have right now an ad hoc committee that is going between Vienna and New York, negotiating a UN cybercrime treaty. This is critical that we have a tightly scoped criminal justice instrument that protects, a rights-respecting approach to the investigation of cybercrimes. And they're having the Freedom Online Coalition be a key voice and mechanism in which we can coordinate our perspectives amongst like-minded partners is going to be really critical. We've heard a lot of discussion about the Global Digital Compact process. We have also, of course, looked ahead to WSIS Plus 20 as one of the central processes where internet governance issues are going to be on the agenda. And then we have other processes that have been discussed, things like the High-Level Advisory Board and artificial intelligence. I think the key to each and every one of these processes is it's going to be mission critical, the most important thing that this coalition does to make sure that we are focused on protecting human rights online, and that means protecting the existing human rights instruments that we have that guide all of our work in the UN system and multilateral institutions. And not taking us backwards. So that's first and foremost, not undermining the existing frameworks that we have. Second, I think is going to be mission critical that we're focused on protecting marginalized and vulnerable groups. There continues to be efforts in multilateral fora, multi-stakeholder fora around the globe to undermine protections for women and girls in all their diversity, undermine protections for LGBTQI plus individuals, undermine protections for other marginalized and vulnerable groups. And we can use this coalition to make sure that we are continuing at every turn to make sure that we are putting those groups at the heart of the human rights agenda, and that we are also making sure that we are consulting with those stakeholders to make sure that we're representing their perspectives. Third, we heard a lot of discussion, and I think Boye also talked a lot about this and the need to make sure that we're protecting the multi-stakeholder model. We have processes in the United Nations that in some ways are inherently governmental because the United Nations is a composition of member states, but it is very critical that we are protecting efforts to ensure that multi-stakeholders can engage. And that means getting the modalities right for a number of those processes so multi-stakeholders are able to not just be there at the table, but actually meaningfully engage. And I've heard a lot of discussion here this week about that as well. And then last, I'll just say, I think it's going to be really critical that we are evolving as a coalition, that we are not just focused on sort of the traditional threats to internet freedoms that we've been looking to protect since this coalition was founded over a decade ago, but that we are putting on the table new threats to human rights online. So I spoke about some of our efforts on surveillance technologies. Certainly when we look to issues around artificial intelligence governance, both the opportunities and threats that we see there to human rights. And so continuing to make sure that we are really evolving as a coalition and putting the most critical priorities on the table in these processes is going to be really important, and we can't do that without the advisory network and those in this room and beyond here at IGF to make sure that they're holding us accountable to actually doing so.
Thank you very much, Alison. I don't know if any of the other representatives want to react. And also, Veronica, I think that maybe it will be very relevant to hear from you, like about particularly this challenge of like be truly inclusive and have a really effective way to engage these marginalized communities that it's a challenge. It's not easy. Like we know as civil society organization that we work, we are not even we are representative in so many cases of these marginalized communities' interests and perspective, but truly inclusive means like to bring the affected people to the conversation, and that's itself a challenge. So, Veronica, your take on that?
Yeah, thanks, Maripaz. Yeah, I was listening to Alison. I just wanted to say +1 to some of the things she just mentioned. So yeah, about in terms of priorities, cybercrime treaty negotiations, agree with that. Again, UN cybersecurity related processes like the open-ended working group, we are seeing like language on human rights being weakened in negotiations. So that would be a good space for coordination, and the FOC could be a key platform for that. And we've been hearing during these days how the next years are critical for internet governance. So again, as Alison saying, WSIS +20 as a key and foundational process for internet governance, as the IGF as one of the main outcomes, as a symbol for multi-stakeholder model and things that we need to protect as a community. So another key process is the GDC and the negotiations. We had a civil society meeting on day 0 for coordination around the GDC, and it was raised the need for multi-stakeholder and civil society participation in the GDC negotiations, and we also believe that the FOC can play a key role in facilitating that. Again, as Alison was saying, there are too many forums and initiatives to follow, so connections and a bit more coordination on knowing a bit more what's happening in all these coalitions and spaces. So I was thinking about the FOC, but also Tech for Democracy, the global partnership. So how we can better coordinate around these efforts, since a lot of the organizations are following these same processes. And I wanted to raise a point connected with the idea of meaningful, inclusive approach and the idea of majority voices being heard and their perspectives being taken into account in the conversations. So I also heard during this week the need for inclusion thinking at the regional level. So multi-stakeholder RISM is not only about different stakeholders, but also different regions being represented. So I remember and we discussed that a lot, Canada during the chairship organized regional consultations, and that's a good experience that it could be good also to see that at the FOC and in different processes. And I wanted to take the opportunity also to raise one main obstacle for meaningful inclusivity and presence of global majority voices, which is the visas. So a lot of staff from APC and also people from our members couldn't come to Japan because of visa issues. We experienced the same with negotiation of the UN in New York and in Europe too. This is not an isolated thing. We see this of course, as a product of a systematic issue, but it's important to address that when we talk about inclusivity and majority global voices in this conversation, how that's a barrier and how to think alternatives, but also how to address this structural problem. Those were some of the points I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. And I invite you, anyone else want to jump in on this question, but also bring new questions to the conversation. Ambassador, please.
Thank you. What Ellen it was already mentioned a number of subjects. I mentioned them too. But what Alison also said was relevant, that the agenda must be evolving, and on the agenda setting is not only the presidency who is responsible for that. That's indeed to discuss that with all involved. Not only the member states in the coalition, but indeed the advisory board as well. On the human rights, I would like to stress that it's important also for us governments at home to coordinate with your own other human rights departments, because human rights is, the digital threats to human rights is a vehicle, but it's happening also in the real world. And we may have to be sure that it's connected in our offices as well, that we don't have it as separate discussions. So please involve all your colleagues who are addressing this issue on human rights. And on inclusivity, that's actually a topic which is widely discussed also in our ministry, the reduction in civic space. And I think that maybe should also be discussed. We talk about meaningful inclusivity, etc., but it's a wider problem that in many countries there's a reduction in civic space, in the possibility for NGOs to work, they're being kicked out, etc. So that's also a serious threat. We can work on inclusivity in the coalition, but we have maybe also to address this reduction in civic space also online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if anyone wants to take the floor from the audience for commenting or bringing new issues. If I may, also a comment from my side. I think that is very relevant in that inclusivity also, that something that you mentioned in your intervention, Alison, related to the coordination of different bodies inside the government, as you were mentioning in the case of human rights protection in different fronts, but also different level of expertise, because for inclusivity also we need to create capacity, and one key role that the collaboration that is coordinated and created through FOC is to bring more information about where are the right places. In society, it's difficult to figure out what is the most appropriate interlocutor for having some conversation inside the government. So the role that also the coalition can have in facilitating that coordination internally in their own governments or across government is also related to facilitate that information for the more effective action of the advocacy of the civil society in these issues. So really interesting point on that. I don't know if anyone else want to add something in those lines or other. Maybe Irene, do you want to jump in?
So the only other thing I wanted to mention is even for Canada, it's hard to keep track of all the different digital and tech initiatives. These used to be mainly technical issues with some political implications, and now they've become political issues that happen to be facilitated through tech. And I think if we want greater participation from both global majority countries and civil society, we need to be much more specific about what we want from them, the kind of engagement we want from them, and also to bring something of value to them. So whether that's greater capacity building, better understanding of I mean, how does New York UN work? I don't think anyone really knows. And also the technical expertise. So I think it's not just about what we want, but it needs to be much more of a two-way conversation between those we're trying to engage and what our goals are.
Super important point, like how to bring people in the process, but in something that is valuable for everyone around the table. So we have one comment or question from the audience. Please go ahead, introduce yourself. And
Sure. Hi, Nikki Miscati. I'm from the U.S. Department of State. Work on the FOC. I have both a question and a comment kind of together. You know, we spent a lot of time in our chairship thinking about how to include various voices in the decision-making process for the priorities that we had in our chairship. And as our Deputy Assistant Secretary Allison Peters noted, you know, there is a challenge for how you can bring these voices together, particularly within the global majority, because of the sheer amount of forums and processes that are happening that our governments are all engaged in. And so I guess I don't want to put you on the spot, Ambassador, but you know, I am curious if you've thought a little bit about how you want to maybe narrow your focus during your chairship year next year, and in that, how you're hoping or planning to engage with some of the already existing global majority voices that are within the coalition to bring them into these processes and these conversations. And then, not to put my own leadership on the spot, but also the Canadian government, you know, what advice might you have for the Dutch government in terms of how to engage these other voices? Of course, you know, we spent a lot of time thinking about this year, and, you know, as it was noted, the Canadian government did consultations with every region. So maybe if they're, I'm interested in maybe a little bit of a back and forth there, if you all would indulge me in the last few minutes, because it is really important that we bolster the existing voices that we have in the coalition, or else why would someone join?
I would like first to listen to the recommendation of others, because like I mentioned, I mean, I'm here also to learn,
yeah,
and I can say very strong things, but without the experience within the coalition.
we heard advice first.
Well, I'm happy to start and turn it over to my colleague from the Government of Canada. I mean, this is the heart of the challenge, right, in terms of expanding the tent, not expanding too large where we can't get anything done, making sure that we are expanding the diversity of the advisory network. It would be near impossible to bring in every single voice into the advisory network, so getting that right as well is kind of a key challenge that we have. I don't think hope is lost. I think some of it, first and foremost, in terms of engaging global majority governments, we have seen successes in bringing additional governments into the fold. Some are not full members yet, but may be joining. But we have already been in very intensive dialogues with them about their priorities as it relates to technology and human rights. So there, I think we learned a good lesson, which is bringing them into the discussions with other FOC members as partners, as equal footing. So at our event in the UN General Assembly, recently with the Secretary of State, we invited non-FOC members, some key countries that have important perspectives to bring into the fold as it relates to technology policy, some which are strong democracies, strong records on human rights, but maybe have not engaged with the FOC previously. And so bringing them to the table to add their voices and perspectives has been really important to just get them interested in the work in the FOC, to familiarize them with the FOC's work. And then following that up with capital level engagement. So as you know well, Nikki, you know, we have really enlisted the support of our ambassadors and our diplomatic corps in these key countries to continue the dialogue. It can't just be a one-off, you know, ministerial level event in the UN and then, you know, we say, thanks so much, please join us. It really needs to be a constant dialogue. Third, I would just say a recognition that resources are scarce. I mean, in every government, but some governments have more resources than others. And so continuing to work with those governments that may feel like they don't have the resources to engage, to both support them and help them perhaps have those resources, but also making the case of what's in it for them. Like, what are you going to get out of this if you prioritize this over something else? I mean, we heard a lot about the proliferation of different processes here. Second, I would just say, in relation to not just governments, but expanding the work that we're doing with civil society. The advisory network is a key source of support to us, but it's certainly, and I'm sure you would agree, it shouldn't be the only source of support, right? So, for example, the Freedom Online Coalition, our close friends and partners in the U.S. government, USAID, our development agency, has recently launched this week a set of donor principles in the digital age. Not only did we consult the advisory network, our multi-stakeholder component of the Freedom Online Coalition, but we went way beyond that in terms of consulting with civil society in key countries, building out broader networks of stakeholder voices from global majority countries in particular. And I think that was another example of how we can do this, starting with the advisory network and then sort of building out from there. I would say they're also leveraging the fact that we are 38 governments and we all have our own networks. And so it shouldn't just be the chairs networks in different countries that we're consulting, but coming to the government of Canada or coming to the Netherlands and saying, who do you know that we should talk to in these countries is really important. But this is, the heart of the question that we've been asking all year. And I'm sure for the Canadian government, the heart of the question they were asking themselves as well, as Chair.
Thank you so much. Final thoughts on that from the ambassador from the government of Canada? Okay. We have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to be quick and talk about a couple of examples. So during last year's UNGA High Level Week, we organized an event between Freedom Online Coalition, International IDEA, and Media Freedom Coalition. I think being more creative with our multi-stakeholderism, multilateralism would also help with the capacity issue of different countries not having to join 4 or 5 different coalitions outside of the UN processes. And also, when we recently developed the Global Declaration on Information Integrity, we used both International IDEA and Freedom Online Coalition to try to get agreement among democratic and rights-respecting countries on what that would look like. So different ways of trying to be creative with how we approach these things to make things easier for everyone.
I think what I just realized is that the FOC is not the IGF, where there's lots of like-mindedness, but there's no text to be negotiated or whatever. And you hear some countries being very like-minded with us on subject of human rights, and you wonder, okay, but what's happening at your home? So it's different. We truly want to be like-minded, and at the same time, we don't want to copy to be the UN in the sense that you want to include all countries and have impossible negotiations there. You want to have a meaningful exchange with each other, that we are be able to take positions in the end to can convince the broad majority, the global majority, and that we indeed are effective in our work. And that's a balance we have to find, also in enlarging the group. And that's a challenge, because maybe you want to have some countries, but at the same time it can be more complex. So indeed it's a delicate balance we have to find with each other, and to make sure that the FOC will stay effective in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers for being part of this relevant conversation today. I think we have captured relevant learnings and particularly reinforced that there are clarity in the main values that stick together this coalition, the promotion and protection of human rights, the commitment with inclusive and meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the need of effective coordination, and be creative and continue expanding and deepening the action that already have been developed in terms of all the interoperabilities that I was mentioning at the beginning of the conversation, the interoperability inside different governance bodies, between different governments that are coming and enlarging the coalition with the challenges that the ambassador just pointed out, of like being more diverse, being mindful and accommodate different contexts, but without sacrificing the basic values. So on that note, thank you very much for being part of this conversation, and have a good final date of IGF.
我们这个主持第一个单元主持完之后，前面这个主持完之后，我们就从那边下去，然后迅速的，吴老师是对第二个主持，对这圆桌对话的这个主持。
Hello.
Hello.
Distinguished guests and colleagues, good morning. I'm Liang Yingxiu from Beijing Normal University. Welcome to the Open Forum on Rule of Law for Data Governance, hosted by the Bureau of Internet Laws and Regulations of Cyberspace Administration of China. With the deepening of globalization and digitalization, data has become one of the core drivers of economic innovation and social development. Data application and governance face both opportunities and challenges. At the same time, fair and effective data governance is essential for public benefits and sustainable development. This forum aims to gather different stakeholders from government, civil society, and the technology community, as well as private sector in Asia, Africa, Europe, and America, to exchange insights and ideas on the current status and evolution trend of global data-related applications and data governance, to examine and assess important concerns and challenges in global data governance, and to explore the rule of law approach for data governance that is beneficial to the common values of humanity. Now let's start the forum with the first session of keynote speech. Please remind you that each speaker can have 8 minutes. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Tang Lei, Deputy Director General of Bureau of Internet Laws and Regulations of Cyberspace Administration of China. Please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we are gathering here in the Internet Governance Forum to exchange our thoughts on the future of digital governance for humankind. I find it very meaningful and look forward to a constructive outcome of the forum. Since China was fully connected to the Internet in 1994, it has committed itself to law-based cyberspace governance, enhancing continuously the level of law-based cyberspace governance. China is the world's largest developing country and has the largest number of Internet users. We always uphold people-centered development, and we always uphold further development of the Internet. With a keen understanding of the extreme difficulties and complications in cyberspace governance, China has been forward-looking in responding to the challenges brought by new Internet technologies, applications, and business forms and models, and promoted innovation in the concept, content, approach, and methods of law-based cyberspace governance. Meanwhile, China has played an active part in international exchanges and cooperation in law-based cyberspace governance. It's committed to build a multilateral, democratic, and transparent global Internet governance system together with other countries. Distinguished guests, friends, China set out from its realities to explore its approach to cyberspace regulation and governance. Consolidating the legal system for cyberspace governance. Until March 2023, China has enacted more than 140 laws on cyberspace, forming a cyber legislation framework endorsed by traditional legislation and underpinned by specialized cyber laws, governing online content and management, cybersecurity, information technology, and other elements. Keeping order in a rule-based cyberspace, China has taken rigorous measures to ensure fair and rule-based law enforcement in cyberspace, strengthening enforcement in key areas of immediate concern to the people, promoting a healthy cyber environment, promoting public awareness and competence in law-based cyberspace governance. China makes every effort to break new ground in the content, form, and means of spreading legal knowledge via the internet. The Chinese netizens' awareness and understanding of the rule of law have generally increased. Respecting, learning, abiding by, and using the law is a shared understanding and basic principle. Increasing international exchanges and cooperation in law-based cyberspace governance. China is fully engaged in international exchanges and cooperation in the field of law-based governance of cyberspace. It plays an active role in rule-making, and it resolutely safeguards the international system with the United Nations at its core, supports the participation of all countries in global cyberspace governance on an equal footing, engages in bilateral and multilateral dialogues and exchanges in law-based cyberspace governance, increase international law enforcement and judicial cooperation on cybersecurity. Distinguished guests, friends, the internet benefits the whole world. China champions the interests of the people of all countries in promoting law-based cyberspace governance. We stand ready to partner with colleagues from all over the world to enhance the level of law-based cyberspace governance. China will further improve legislation on digital governance and endeavor to establish a legal system for the protection of people's rights and interests in cyberspace, data security, and platform regulation, deepen the implementation of laws and regulations in the digital field. China will also put the role of the United Nations as a main channel into foreplay and has strengthened international exchanges and cooperation in making rules for digital governance through platforms like the BRICS Cooperation Mechanism, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the World Internet Conference. Distinguished guests, friends, facing the opportunities and challenges brought by digitalization, China will follow the global governance principle of achieving shared growth through convolution and collaboration and work together with the international community to ensure global digital governance is law-based, and that digital progress will deliver greater benefit to the people and a better world. In the end, I'd like to conclude by wishing today's open forum a great success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Tang, for the relevant experience of China. Now I give the floor to the Neil Walsh, head of UNODC Mission and Regional Representative for East Africa.
Good morning, everybody. Can I check that you can hear me okay? Yes, you can. Thank you. Okay, a very good morning to you all from Vienna in Austria, where it's approaching 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm in a very small hotel room. So it is a great pleasure to be with you all. My name is Neil Walsh, and it's my honor to be the head of mission and regional representative of the UN Office on Drugs and Crime in Eastern Africa, where I'm normally based in Kenya. My 200 staff and I cover 13 countries in East Africa and the Indian Ocean, and we deliver UNODC's effects to counter organized crime, terrorism, and corruption. I wish to express at the outset my deep thanks to the Internet Governance Forum, the Bureau of Internet Laws and Regulations of the Cyberspace Administration of China, and to my dear friend and mentor, Professor Wu Shengkuo of Beijing Normal University, who I saw on camera a few moments ago. I only wish that I could be with you all in Kyoto, but unfortunately the dates clashed with UNODC's annual Heads of Mission meeting, and I have to be here in Vienna. The topic of today's event is the rule of law for data governance, and subjects that both the CIC and BNU are world experts in. But these are topics of criticality, not just for the institutions I've named, not just for the People's Republic of China and the IGF, but for every nation, every business, and every person on our planet. And in Eastern Africa, I see on a daily basis the absolute need for all of these aspects to come together. Data governance is a broad term, and I suspect that all of us could explain it and define it in different ways based upon our experience, our education, and our culture. And as we all know, definitions in all things cyber are often very politically challenging and academically diverse. But friends, I think we can all agree that we have a broad collective understanding of the importance of data governance in personal, national, and international security. Data, be it personally identifiable or more anonymized, drives our world, whether we're conscious of it or not. Data also drives our thought processes, our desires, and our biology, whether it's the serotonin boost from a social media like, or our revulsion when we see, experience, or think about organized crime. Data is at the core of everything that we do. And thinking about the adverts that we see every day, the data mining that drives targeted advertising, and the surprise that we all feel, followed by a slightly uncomfortable sense when we realize that the new product we've been discussing with friends is suddenly across all of our social media feeds without asking or without searching consciously for it, can be quite unpleasant. Data is the product of choice for exploitation and profit. And the region of the globe that I lead for UNODC, there is a daily clash between the desire for more data and our ability, or not, to analyze and exploit it at pace. The legislation and governance mechanisms of the raw and segmented data, whether within one's own country of residence or nationality, or beyond that, is often unclear. And from my experience, conversations and guidance from Professor Wu and the CAC over the years, it's clear to me that there is much more always to be done. And so data is at the heart of the United Nations. It must be at the core of our decision making on topics as diverse as economic growth, sustainable development, and countering cybercrime. And I was able to listen to the last 15 minutes of the previous session and to see some old friends like Deputy Assistant Secretary Alison Peters on stage, where we are discussing these matters together. Data, when mined proportionately, lawfully, accountably, and necessarily, can make the difference between an emotional response and an objective decision. And in my role leading the UN's work in Eastern Africa, I've placed the need for routine, accurate, strategic intelligence data at the core of our business. We can't give good country level and regional policy advice if we don't have good data. And good data sourcing without the ability to assess, analyze, and exploit it is at best wasted, or at worst, dangerous. And some years ago, I led the UN's policy response to cybercrime, and my colleague Nayeli Loya led our operational programming globally. And I can remember so many meetings and conversations when we met ministers around the world who saw cybercrime as a future threat. None of us consider cybercrime to be a future threat now. It is the here and now, everywhere. And just recently, a country in my region in Eastern Africa suffered a devastating cyber attack. It only lasted for a few hours, but the impact was significant. Electricity failed in some regions, payment systems in shops failed, the economy stalled. This was, without doubt, a national security incident and an international security incident. And so we need good law. We need good policy, nationally and internationally, to create the means to assess the threat and to prosecute offenders, and to hold to account those who seek to undermine development and cause harm. And we need it now. I'm deeply encouraged by the work being done by UN member states under UNODC's stewardship to craft the new Cybercrime Convention, and the interventions of non-governmental organizations and civil society and academia are absolutely critical in this debate as well. This is diplomatically hard, and many countries have divergent views. But most worryingly for me is the lack of involvement of countries in my region in Eastern Africa. The convention work is as important for Africa as it is for Asia, Europe, and the Americas. So it is incumbent for all of us to create a supportive, nurturing, challenging environment for those who should engage and get the best out of this debate, but are currently absent. We need to use our collective skills to bring them and their insights, their experience and guidance to support and mentor those who are yet to step into these areas in necessary depth. Because we all know that if we don't fill this space, others will. Others who don't have our good, peaceful intent at heart. Others who will seek to harm and to exploit. And that's why it's so important to talk together about the rule of law for data governance. We need to talk to one another, and most importantly, friends, we need to actively listen to each other too. That's what the public, the people we serve, expect from us and need from us. This is preventive diplomacy in action. And that is why today's event right now is so important. So friends, I want to thank you once again to the IGF, to the Cyberspace Administration of China, and Beijing Normal University for inviting me to speak with you. I really wish I could be sitting with you right now. But most importantly, I want to say an enormous thanks to all of you who care about the topic, its seriousness, and the consequences if we get it wrong. So from the middle of the night in Vienna, thank you for listening, and I hand it back to you in Kyoto. 谢谢.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh, for your wonderful sharing. Now let's turn to Professor Wang Yi, Vice President of Renmin University of China, for his speech. Professor Wang.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Mr. Speaker, my fellow panelists, and our distinguished audience, it is quite an honor to have this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on data governance today. I would like to provide a brief overview from the dual perspective of a participant in the legislative drafting process and a legal scholar in civil law in China. I will introduce some of the consensus reached by the academic community on data governance and the latest progress in this field. They are divided into the following two sections: personal information protection and corporate data governance. In terms of personal information protection in China, the Civil Code of the People's Republic of China has taken the lead in providing rules and standards for personal information protection in both its general provisions and the right to personality section. Since information technology has posed new challenges to the protection of personal information, after the enactment of the Civil Code, the Personal Information Protection Law of the People's Republic of China has overall continued the provisions of the Civil Code's relevant articles, but with more specific rules within the existing framework. China's legislative model of dual protection for personal information through the Civil Code and the Personal Information Protection Law exhibits several unique characteristics. Firstly, the Civil Code distinguishes between the right to privacy and that to personal information protection. making the boundaries between the two clear. Traditional privacy rights primarily address one-to-one infringement, while personal information protection primarily deals with large-scale, macro-level infringements. Secondly, the Civil Code provides a balance between the protection and the utilization of personal information. The Personal Information Protection Framework initially originated from the handling of personal information by government agencies. However, today, technology companies, especially online platforms, have become the primary actors in information processing. Therefore, personal information protection should be subject to adjustments within civil legal systems. Moreover, China's Civil Code also places emphasis on safeguarding personality rights. It complements the personal information protection law, together forming a legal framework with Chinese characteristic in legal practice. The second topic I'd like to discuss is the Civil Code and corporate data governance in China. In today's world, where the value of big data is widely recognized, how should we approach the legal framework of this big data? Should big data be exclusively discussed in the context of intellectual property? An emergent and important consensus in China is that there are many types of interests that can be associated with data, not limited to the personal and the property interests typically associated with intellectual property. Based on this consideration, the Civil Code has included multiple provisions for data within civil law as the object of legal relationships. The Chinese academic community shares the following 3 points of consensus of the key and most important differences between data and others, such as tangible and real property. The first and foremost is that data is non-exhaustible and able to be repeatedly utilized. The second characteristic is that when it comes to collection and utilization, data can be collected and used in parallel among multiple actors. The third characteristic is the complexity of the types of interests that data can carry. It can potentially carry both personal and property interests. Building on such shared notions, the biggest dispute in academia and practice is how the law allocates property interests above data. A typical example is the disputes caused by web crawlers. In China, there are mainly two divergent viewpoints. One is to establish property rights over data and resolve disputes through property rights. The other is to access and resolve disputes through the legality of the relevant behaviors. However, given its two models differ, they still lead to similar outcomes. Even when data is subject to general property rights, such rights are often restricted and access is granted to other parties, especially ordinary users. Similarly, establishing legal rules for relevant actions also requires defining the boundaries of rights for different entities. In my personal opinion, it is inevitable to establish property rights over the monetary interests carried by data, but the content of data rights that corporations enjoy may vary in different contexts. As far as I am concerned, governments around the world share similar concerns. I believe that China's data governance practice will provide valuable reference for other jurisdictions. This is all I have for today's forum. Thank you very much.
Thanks for Professor Wang's sharing, which provided us with a new perspective. Next speaker, let's invite Mr. Xu Zhiyuan, Deputy Chief Engineer from China Academy of Information and Communications Technology. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to talk about China's framework of transporter data flow management. At present, as data has become a key strategic resource, major countries and regions in the world had implemented different degrees of restrictions on the cross-border data flow and have constructed their own cross-border data flow management systems. However, the international community has not yet formed a general consensus on the specific regulatory rules of cross-border data flow. And there are mainly three models: the United States, the European Union, and emerging countries. China has always promoted cross-border data flow in accordance with the law and has basically established a framework based on the rule of law. Since 2016, China has established the 3+3 legal system with the cyber security law, data security law, and the personal information protection law as a top-level design. And the data export security assessment measures, personal information export standards contract measures, and detailed rules for the implementation of personal information protection certification as supporting rules. In accordance with the 3+3 legal system, China has promoted the supervision and control of cross-border data flow in an orderly manner. In particularly, a number of demonstration cases have been formed in the security assessment of outbound data. At the same time, China's local level has actively explored the innovation pilot of data outbound, promoted the safe and orderly cross-border data flow, and stimulated the value of data elements. Next, I would like to introduce three ways of Chinese data export. First is safety assessment. The 3+3 legal system establishes the basic requirement that the data export of import data or a certain amount of personal information must pass a security assessment. Second is the standard contract, which is formulated by the Cyberspace Administration of China and signed by the personal information processor and the overseas recipient, stimulating the rights and obligations of both parties. Third is protection certification. Protection certification is an activity in which a professional institution approved by CAC conducts a comprehensive evaluation of the personal information protection and management measures of personal information processors in accordance with CIC regulations. If the measures meet the requirements, the institution will issue a certification mark to the processor. On the basis of the 3+3 legal system, China has further explored and innovated to promote the orderly cross-border data flow. Recently, the State Council of China issues a special document on foreign investment. The title is Opinions on Further Optimizing the Environment for Foreign Investment and Increasing the Efforts to Attract Foreign Investment. The document proposed to explore a convenient security management mechanism for cross-border data flow. We will implement the requirements of the cybersecurity law, the data security law, and the personal information protection law, establish a green channel for qualified foreign investment enterprise, effectively carry out outbound security assessment of important data and personal information, and promote the safe, orderly, and free flow of data. On September 28th, the CIC drafted special regulations on the cross-border data flow to solicit public opinions, aiming to further promote the orderly and free flow of data in accordance with the law. Distinguished guests, China has always opened its door to the development of the digital economy and actively engaged in international cooperation. In the face of the development of the global digital economy, China will continue to regulate the cross-border data flow in accordance with the law, adhere to the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind, and share the dividends of digital development with the other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Xu. Now let's welcome Professor Jesus Law, co-chair of International Steering Committee of UNESCO, Media and Information Literacy Alliance, and the Vice President of University of Veracruz, Zana.
Hello, good evening here. I'm in the southern part of Mexico. And I would like to say thanks to Professor Wu of Virginia Normal University and to CAC for the invitation to be part of this panel. My paper is called Naked or Dressed: Law for Data, Challenges and Opportunities in Mexico. Citizens in Mexico and in Latin America in general have legal and de facto options to be data naked or dressed in our contemporary data-driven modern society. In other words, they have the right to allow or restrict the compilation and tracking of the digital footsteps in cyberspace. Mexico has a sound legal framework to protect individuals' privacy. Data protection is enshrined in Article 6 and 16 of the Mexican Constitution, as well as in the federal law for the protection of personal data held in private parties, published in July 2010, and its regulations published in December 2011. The Mexican rule of law for data governance refers to a set of principles and practices that ensure that data within an organization or society is managed and governed in a fair, transparent, and consistent manner, in accordance with established laws, regulations, and ethical standards. The authority responsible for data protection is the National Institute of Transparency, Access to Information, and Personal Data Protection. The acronym or the abbreviation is INAI. INAI oversees compliance with the law and has a primary focus on disclosing governmental activities, budgets, and public information, as well as protecting personal data and individuals' right to privacy. INAI has the authority to conduct investigations, review and sanction data protection controllers, and authorize, oversee, and revoke certifying entities. The Ministry of Economy is responsible for informing and educating national and international corporations with commercial activities in the Mexican territory about their obligations regarding the protection of personal data. Among other responsibilities, it must issue relevant guidelines for the content and scope of the privacy notice in cooperation with INAI. However, there are many challenges in Mexico such as data breaches, hackers targeting private and government data repositories pose a significant threat. Number two, legislative lag. Data protection legislation often lags behind technological advancement and emerging threats. Number three, government ethics. Ensuring ethical data handling and decision-making within the government is essential. Social media tracking. Social media platforms are major data trackers for marketing purposes, and sometimes this can be annoying. Number five, limited data literacy. Many citizens lack the necessary skills to understand, interpret, and effectively use data. The last challenge, in other words, limited data literacy, in the above list is certainly the most important because it can help address the rest of the challenges. Mexico needs to foster data literacy among its citizens, empowering them to understand, interpret, and effectively use data in today's artificial intelligence-driven world. To address these challenges, the country should, number one, raise awareness, promote the importance of data literacy and its benefits for personal and professional development. Number two, simplify complex data, develop strategies and tools to make complex data more accessible and understandable. Number three, manage data overload, provide guidance on how to navigate and extract meaningful insights from large data sets. Number four, overcome technological barriers, ensure the technology and offer training on data analysis tools. Number five, address data quality, promote data quality practices and techniques for cleaning and pre-processing data. Number six, teach statistical and mathematical concepts, offer education on statistical and mathematical concepts relevant to data analysis. Number seven, emphasize data privacy, educate individuals and organizations on responsible data handling and privacy compliance. Number eight, expand data access, enhance availability and access for all citizens. Number eight, promote change, encourage organizations to adopt data-driven decision-making and foster a culture that values data. Number 10, address cultural and organizational barriers, provide support, resources, and a conducive algorithmic culture for data literacy. Number 11, and last, allocate time and resources, invest in training and development of data literacy skills, considering time and budget constraints. Conclusion, prioritizing data and information literacy education and training at both individual and organizational levels is essential. This may involve offering courses on data and algorithmic literacy, providing access to data analysis, tools, and resources, and fostering a culture that values data-driven decision-making. Additionally, continuous efforts to raise awareness about the importance of data literacy can motivate individuals to acquire these skills and make informed choices about the digital presence in cyberspace. As a summary, according to the main message is that we need to offer data literacy training to our citizens. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak at this session. I wish you success in the following sessions.
Thank you, Professor Law, for your wonderful words. I give the floor to the next speaker, Ms. Zheng Junfang, CRO and CFO of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence Group, please.
Thank you. Respected Mr. Tang Lei and other speakers, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. It is a great pleasure to participate in this workshop and exchange ideas with you all on this topic. Today, our lives and work are intertwined with digital technology, like never before. Indeed, data as a factor of production has emerged as a strategic resources for economic development. Chinese President Xi Jinping stated, "We need to build a digital economy with data as a key factor, boost the integrated development of the real and digital economies, and further integrate the internet, big data, and artificial intelligence with the real economy." As one of the earliest internet companies in China, Alibaba has benefited from the development of internet technology and from opportunities offered by the times. It is from this standpoint that we wish to share our thoughts and experience in the field of data governance. Data is a key factor of the digital economy. Alibaba, a sci-tech enterprise starting with e-commerce, has empowered the digitalization of numerous merchants and products to meet the huge market demand in China. Since its establishment, Alibaba has played an integral part in establishing connections between merchants and consumers through our data. These data have made commercial operations smarter, information more transparent, and the adjustment of supply and demand structure more efficient. It is also through data that we have built a trust system in transactions. Today, Alibaba serves nearly 10 million merchants and 1.3 billion consumers worldwide. And we work to continuously create greater value for customers and the society. In 2009, the first line of code was written for Alibaba Cloud's self-developed cloud operation system. After 14 years of tireless efforts, our data-centric cloud computing platform has grown into a front-runner worldwide. In the era of cloud computing, both individuals and startups can enjoy the benefits of the digital economy. miHoYo is a video game development and publishing company that took shape in a dormitory at the Shanghai Jiaotong University in 2011. miHoYo began to utilize Alibaba Cloud Computing Service when there were only 8 staffers in the company. As of June 2023, the net profit of this young company reached nearly $2.27 billion US. It is fair to say that miHoYo is a true cloud-native digital enterprise. Its success is a microcosm of this era, in which numerous innovative enterprises and the Alibaba Cloud are mutually reinforcing. The value of data is unlimited, not only for business, but also for public services. During the Asian Games in Hangzhou that just closed earlier this week, for example, cloud computing supported 3 core systems: the games management systems, results distribution systems, and game support systems. Alibaba Cloud also enabled the seamless integration of these core systems and provided intelligent applications, such as broadcasting and event communications. With the technical support of Alibaba Cloud, we can see that the event became the first Asian game on the cloud. Only through law-based data governance can we give full play to the value of data. As an ancient Chinese saying has it, nothing can be accomplished without norms or standards. With the rapid development of the digital economy, data has played a vital role in promoting economic and social development. However, it has also posed challenges to the protection of personal information, intellectual property rights, and network and data security. In the cyberspace, therefore, promoting law-based data governance has become a global consensus. We believe that effective data governance will better facilitate data flow. Likewise, the free and secure flow of data within the framework of rule of law will give full play to the strength of data as a factor of production. On the one hand, as a unique factor of production, data can be utilized repeatedly by different parties thanks to their inclusiveness. On the other hand, data can generate different value in different scenarios, as their generation and utilization involve various stakeholders, thus creating a bucket effect. For this reason, Alibaba Cloud has advocated the whole process management of data throughout their life cycle. Looking ahead, we would like to continue to participate in efforts to advance the rule of law in regard to data governance together with all clients and partners in this digital ecosystem. We face both opportunities and challenges in the area of AI. AI is one of the most innovative cutting-edge digital technologies in the world. As a high-tech internet enterprise, Alibaba Cloud launched the R&D on our large language model in 2019, and the latest iteration, Tongyi Qianwen, was made available to the public recently. In the future, we will launch different partnership programs and endeavor to create more enterprise-specific models to ensure that every industry can better share the fruits of intelligent development. In the new era of intelligent development, we are the beneficiaries of the advance in AI while facing many uncertain risks and confusion. In response, the Cyberspace Administration of China, together with 6 other authorities, jointly issued in July the interim measures for administration of generative artificial intelligence service, the first of its kind globally. It provides a definitive legal environment and basis for the sound development of AI in China. In line with this regulation, Alibaba then released the management system for sci-tech ethical risk review, introducing 3 principles of responsible AI, namely availability, reliability, and credibility. We hold that AI technology should serve the interests of humanity, be advanced and stable, and protect personal privacy and data security. Here, we would like to make 3 proposals. First, establishing high-quality universal public corporate. Second, developing the standard system and the precaution system of data security for opposing racial discrimination, safeguarding the rights and interests of women and children. And third, actively carrying out international exchanges and cooperation in the field of data governance to promote global norms and consensus in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zheng. Thanks again for all speakers of the first session. Next is the second session of round table. The moderator is my colleague Wu Shenkuo.
Thank you very much, Professor Liang. Now, let's move on to the second session of the roundtable discussion. Please remind you that each speaker can have 7 minutes. Firstly, let's welcome Mr. Fang Yu, Director of the Internet Law Research Center of China Academy of Information and Communications Technology. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Distinguished guests, friends, good morning. Firstly, please allow me to say hello by Japanese. Ohayo gozaimasu. Watashi wa Fang Yu desu. こよとは 初めてなんです。どうぞよろしく。This is the first time for me to be here in Kyoto. This is a nice city and beautiful place. More importantly, it is my great honor to speak at this forum. I am Fang Yu from China Academy of Information and Communications Technology, which refers to CAICT. The CAICT is a think tank in China engaged in research related to the field of network. Now I'm in charge of the Internet Law Research Center. My center mainly studies issues related to network legislation and has participated in several important legislation in China. As a think tank, we carry out some basic research, especially on cutting-edge legal issues. As we all know, the growing digitalization of our world is one of the key trends of the 21st century, and it is fundamentally changing the way we live and work. Digital economy is developing rapidly. The internet is now an indispensable global public good. We need new laws and regulations to govern the cyberspace. Mr. Tang Lei has given an overview of China's cyber law system, which is very impressive. Meanwhile, digital economy is driven by data. So I think data law is absolutely an important part in this system. The issue of data legislation is widely concerned by all countries in the world. In China, we generally divide it into three aspects: data security, personal information protection, and data value. First, data security means to use legal measures to ensure the effective use of data without affecting national security and social stability. To reach this goal, we need to make data classification and protect different types of data by different means. It covers many factors, but in which the issue of cross-border data flows is very critical. Mr. Xu Zhiyuan has already explained this topic in great detail, so I will not repeat it. Second, personal information protection can be said to be the fundamental rules in the developing of the digital economy. And most countries are faced with the contradiction between personal information protection and personal information utilization. The European Union wants to balance them by the famous GDPR. And many countries have developed their own personal information protection laws with reference to the EU approach. China has a long history of personal information protection practices, and in 2021 adopted China's Personal Information Protection Law, which provides a Chinese plan for the protection and usage of personal information. The last is the issue of data value. This is quite essential for the digital economy, but there is no proper solution to this problem. And China is actively studying and exploring it. China has taken the lead in recognizing that data plays a fundamental role in the development of the digital economy and encourages it to give full play to its essential role. However, many people are still deeply discussing the issue of data rights, hoping to determine the ownership of data through a legal framework to further realize the value of data. Distinguished guests, friends, I believe that data governance will be an issue which needs to be studied for a long time in the background of digital economy. I hope that countries around the world can work together to make progress, especially through discussions under the framework of the United Nations and other international mechanisms, so as to jointly improve the level of data governance and share the benefits of the digital economy development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fang, for your wonderful point of view. Now I give the floor to Hosaka Lee Makiyama, Director of European Center for International Political Economy. Please.
And once again, I would like to repeat my deepest gratitude to IGF, Beijing Normal University, and CSE for this invitation to make this very brief intervention. And as a simple legal and economic scholar that has studied global governance of data economy for the last 15 years, I'm very honored to offer my observation on this very difficult topic on the rule of law. Because despite all the self-evident societal and developmental benefits that we have heard today in this panel, as well as in the other forums of IGF, it is well understood that the cross-border data flows has raised many important questions regarding rule of law, and especially in the context of international law. And when the internet and the data economy emerged 2 decades ago, the primary question used to be, and it's to some degree it still is, whether we can avoid internet becoming a legal void, jurisdictional terra nullius, if you like. And to date, I think these concerns has been pretty much addressed, and the issue has been less about determination of jurisdiction or legal forum, as it was believed, as very often the legal questions around new innovation tend to be very, very different than we imagined them at the onset. And many jurisdictions have actually expanded their reach and the legal basis with some form of extraterritoriality. Many speakers already commended the EU GDPR as a model or a template for many laws that have followed. And I think EU GDPR is also a good example of the extraterritoriality, since it is applied extraterritorially based on the citizenship or residency of the data subject, rather than the object, which is the case in many other laws. And it has also established a practice of jurisdiction based on the citizenship or the passport or the physical placement of the data subject, which has. And the ecosystem turned out to be much more insulated, perhaps, than what it was believed. We have seen that due to cultural and linguistical reasons, internet has actually much more local flavor than we expect them to have. And due to the delivery of the data economy, which is so contingent on a physical continuum, so for example, like local payment systems, banking, and or a physical delivery of the transaction, we can also see that there is a natural tendency where these jurisdictional questions have been resolved. And despite the use of the extraterritoriality issue associated with cross-border compliance and enforcement have been actually quite moderate. And to some extent, it is thanks to the legislative harmonization we have seen, for example, under the COE Budapest Convention on cybercrime. But first and foremost, it is notable how basic liability principles or contract law or criminal law have actually applied equally online as well as offline in Europe and many other jurisdictions. And increasingly, online services are also subject to various type of licensing and notification requirements, meaning that actually the jurisdictional question has been resolved, and also the rule of law has been territorialized at onset. And if that is the development we have seen in the first 2 decades of the digital economy, and where we have seen the evolution of legal doctrine, which is based on personal information and data management that we know today, we can also see that the current evolution in terms of rule of law on the internet is quite progressive, where we have seen codification of, in many instances, of previous soft laws and executive decision. And the codification has also led to more legal clarity as more and more rules are actually transparent and actually written down rather than executed as executive orders or soft law. We see that there is an improvement of rule of law. However, not all foreign economic actors may not necessarily share the desirability of this clarity or these outcomes that the rules have enabled. So, for example, if I just would take an example from Europe once again, Europe has introduced the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, and Data Act, or EU Cloud Services Scheme, which all have shifted the investigative ex post legislation, like, for example, on antitrust enforcement, to an ex ante approach through universal obligations and through regulations rather than investigations. And in elsewhere, we see cybersecurity laws that have provided more legal clarity with clearer legal basis, distinguishing different cases and practices. And once again, better clarity is always desirable, and but some may simply just disagree with the rules. And we still see issues with national treatment. So critics say that the EU law set very arbitrary thresholds of what high risk practices entail, and therefore it is very selective in its legal scope. And in fact, many thresholds are naturally ambiguous or subjective. I think there was a disruption in my connection, but I'll try again. As I was saying, many thresholds that are naturally ambiguous are subjective, and that's basically the nature of the internet law itself. And it is foreseen that case law will provide further clarity on these issues. And but given the dynamism of the legal systems of internet law as a subject, the question is whether we will be required to change the legal framework and update them before any case law actually evolves. This is the risks of governing fast-paced technology, which we all have to live with. And this basically leads to a final point here, that there is a universal problem where enforcement agencies have a natural disadvantage in understanding the current practices, but not necessarily enforcing their rules. Transparency is, of course, synonymous with accountability. And I think that the current trend shows that we are regulating to understand commercial practices, user patterns, rather than mitigating actual potential risks associated with data flow or inadequate enforcement. And I think that IGF host of this year, Japan, has taken significant step here for the global community by taking the initiative for the institutional arrangement under the G7 on the FFT, and which will enable governments to study issues and causality and best practices for better data governance. And to wrap up, history and the future of cross-border governance of data flows has been characterized by friction of obligations rather than perceived conflict of laws or values. Different legal systems are founded on different societal values. And despite these differences, it is evident that the regulators seek surprisingly similar outcomes in their digital economy and try to address similar issues. And however, these outcomes may have very different commercial consequences if you look at the individual companies. A foreign disruptor in one country is actually an incumbent and a national champion in another country. Some objectives of policy create very different winners and losers. this is not necessarily a product of diverging values or diverging objectives. And extraterritoriality can only be resolved through mutual cooperation and such as mutual legal assistance treaties. And many of the privacy laws have built-in transfer mechanisms. MCC has been mentioned several times under this course of this panel, but also advocacy decision. And these mechanisms for expedited data sharing process can enhance efficiency and collaboration amongst agencies. However, enforcement can only be guaranteed by governments, not by private actors. And this is an understanding which is the basis of the European model and many other legal models we see across Asia. So impetus comes from harmonization, alignment of laws, and especially on data protection, privacy, and security, rather than establishing a common international standard or voluntary or trusted global frameworks. And I think we see that the equivalence decisions and other fundamental mechanisms for cross-border data flows are actually 100% legal in their nature. Trust is a matter of question between governments and people, but it does not necessarily relate to the data. It's a function of equivalence rather than between two jurisdictions, rather than a function of trust. And here's where many open data advocates tend to prefer to talk about trust rather than equivalence between laws. So it may be a fictionary conflict that we see around trust, where we see, as once again, that many agencies around the world are actually working towards similar goals, despite having very different societal backgrounds. Thank you so much, and I'll pass the word back to the panel.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Makiyama from Brussels, for the interesting sharing. Next, we have Ms. Wang Rong, Senior Expert from Tencent Research Institute. Please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Wang Rong from Tencent Research Institute, which is a research platform focusing on public policies in digital economy. I'm very honored to participate in the IGF Data Governance Forum. I guess that everyone must be impressed by the extraordinary accomplishments that China has achieved, just as Tang Lei, Deputy Director, introduced to us. Now, I would like to share the China's personal information protection from the perspective of corporate compliance practices. First, I would like to share some interesting findings. So for the purpose of corporate compliance, Tencent Research Institute compared the provisions of China's Personal Information Protection Law, referred as PIPL, promoted in 2021 with the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, as you know, that's GDPR. Through comparing these two laws, we found some interesting findings. The first, China's PIPL is fully integrated with the international general principles of personal information protection represented by GDPR. In terms of legislative model, China's PIPL adopted a globally mainstream model, which is very comprehensive and universal legislative model that is applicable to all sectors, not only to private sector, but also in public sector. And third, in terms of the law's content, the specific rules, the PIPL introduces the basic rules, including the legal basis of data processing, the rights of data subjects, the obligations of data controllers and data processors. Finally, in terms of strictness of rules, China's PIPL is basically matches the EU GDPR standard. In some aspects, China's PIPL is even more stringent than GDPR. So, as we conclude, although there are still some subtle difference between the PIPL and the GDPR, but in generally speaking, the China's PIPL is highly compatible with the international legislation standard. The strict PIPL, in line with international standards, will bring full benefits to the healthy development of platform companies such as Tencent. Companies will fully embrace the implementation of law with a positive attitude. It is constructive to help the digital industry to build consumer trust through legal system protection. As you know, rebuilding consumers' confidence and security trust is one of the core issues in the digital society. We believe the legal system itself undoubtedly plays an important role in now. As data processing scenarios become more complex, data flows between different institutions increase dramatically. Through the legal system, clarifying the legal responsibilities of different market players in different aspects of data processing is very constructive to establish data protection ecosystem. So based on our business, Tencent relies on systematic tools to implement data privacy compliance work. Tencent is one of the earliest internet companies in China to explore personal information protection and data compliance. We emphasize technology itself to empower privacy protection. We have developed the Lingxi privacy platform to establish comprehensive technical capabilities to facilitate our service to fully comply with the privacy protection requirements. In addition, Tencent continues to develop privacy technologies such as federated learning, trusted computing, and secure multi-party computing to explore more technical solutions for personal information protection in the whole life cycle of digital service. In the practice of implementation of the PIPL, Tencent continues to improve product transparency, giving our users more choice and control, and provide one-stop privacy solutions for our users. Besides that, we have established an integrated rights response and processing mechanism to ensure that users' personal information rights requests are responded in a timely and effective way. So, in a conclusion, just as we advocated of technology for good, we hope that our products and services themselves try to take advantage of technology to do good and build up the consumer's trust. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your relevant sharing. Now, let's welcome Mr. Zhu Ran, Vice President of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence Group, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning, everyone. It's my honor to participate in the workshop on role of law for data governance of 18th Internet Governance Forum and share my ideas on this topic with all of you. The Chinese government has always adhered to the principle of governing the Internet in accordance with law in its efforts to promote the healthy and orderly development of the Internet. The rule of law on the Internet is not only an important way of digital governance, but also an important outcome of digital civilization advancement. Alibaba has done a lot of work in data governance in line with national laws and regulations, as well as international initiatives. Practice of Alibaba Cloud in data governance. Alibaba Cloud Intelligence Groups has been committed to the cloud-based data governance for years, relying on self-developed Apsara system, which provides clients from more than 200 countries and regions worldwide with cloud services such as computing, storage, networking, data processing, and security protection. The group has explored a complete set of methods for data governance. In terms of compliance governance, as a company that provides cloud computing services for the public, Alibaba Cloud has worked to improve data compliance governance and has become a cloud service provider with the best qualification in Asia, as well as an industry leader in protecting data security and privacy of cloud computing. As early as 2013, Alibaba Cloud passed ISO 27000 and CSA Star certification, and later passed PCI DSS certification in the financial field. In terms of technical guarantees, Alibaba Cloud continues to strengthen technical guarantees for data governance of the cloud platform. First, Alibaba Cloud has classified various types of data on the cloud and ensured data security in their usage, entry and exit, and other situations by taking advantage of technologies and stepping up operation and maintenance system. Second, Alibaba Cloud has established well-functioning disaster recovery system and redundant systems for cloud computing, networking, storage of data. Several disaster recovery systems has been built, such as dual active in the same city, backup data in other cities in case of disaster, multi-active in multiple cities, scheme of 2 places and 3 centers, and so on. Third, in terms of infrastructure, Alibaba Cloud has established security controls over data with regard to its storage, encryption, transmission encryption, and across control, ensuring data security of multi-tenancy in cloud computing. As for the policy support, Alibaba Cloud took the lead in launching a data security initiative in 2015, stating that since data are customers' assets, cloud computing platforms cannot be used for other purposes. Rather, platforms have the obligation to help protect the privacy, integrity, and availability of client data. The initiative also held that cloud computing platforms should provide a privacy and data protection framework and a scheme for cloud users. In 2021, Alibaba Cloud released the Data Security and Privacy Protection White Paper, which introduces the best practice of Alibaba applying cloud computing to safeguarding data security. Efforts in security protection involve physical security, data storage, network transmission, computing security, as well as backup and disaster recovery. data governance for the large language model, LLM. Recently, Alibaba Cloud officially launched our LLM 通义千问. This is a next generation model for enterprise users. It can understand complex instructions, engage in multi-round dialogue, write copy, perform logic reasoning, understand multimodal inputs, and support multiple languages. So it can be applied in, for example, planning, office administration, shopping recommendation, and home design to help customers raise efficiency of their work and services. What's more, enterprises can build their own LLM models by 通义千问 to develop more enterprise-level applications. We believe that data governance for LLM determines the scope and depth of LLM's application. Therefore, R&D and application of AI have always been pursued under the guidance of principles of availability, reliability, credibility, and controllability in Alibaba Cloud. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for your profound insight. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zhao Jingwu, Associate Professor of Law School of Beihang University. Please.
Oh, thank you, Professor Wu. Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to have an opportunity to share my thoughts speech here. I'm Zhao Jingwu from Beihang University. What I would like to talk today is a simple issues, is how to ensuring the security of cross-border data flow through the legal instruments. Well, in modern society, the economic and strategic value of data has become crucial element of national innovative development of digital economy. Well, the combination of traditional and digital business has changed the operating model of the real economy, as well as the basic condition of international digital economy development. So cross-border data flow is not just a matter of domestic data security regulation and the commercial utilization, but also a complex issue that affect the promoting of global digital economy. Well, in recent years, we can see that more and more countries, regions, and international organizations, well, including China, has tried to explore safe and trustworthy model for cross-border data flow through domestic legislation, bilateral agreement, and international treaties. Well, however, at the same time, there are also many controversy needs to be solved urgently. Well, in this context, we can see that China has actively promoting the governance path of cross-border data flow. However, here is a misleading in the international governance activities, which is to encourage the cross-border data flow without restrictions. Well, perhaps their original intention was to achieve a bordered and more efficiency data flow effects. But the key is they fail to understand the relationship between the data security and data flow. Well, it's worth mentioning that in the Article 1 of the data security law in China, the governance idea of data is to ensure data security and promote data development and utilization. Well, in summary, it means pay equal attention to safety and utilization. So we agree that blindly pursue cross-border data flow without paying attention to data security will not only fail to realize the exchange value of data, but also breeds security risk, such as data linkage and theft, which would lead in the reduction of the economy value of data resources. So in the international community, there is a view of China follow the data controlism path, which is essentially politicalize the issue of data security. That is because we don't have a unified standard for the international cross-border data flow around the world. While multinational cooperation always have to comply with different domestic laws and the international agreement. So there's no denying that the national data security and the citizen personal privacy are generally recognized primers for cross-border data flow. Furthermore, across the globe, there's no country allowed cross-border data flow without any condition. And the more country, domestic law put data security and the national security as the first place. So what I want to emphasize is China insist on an open and cooperative governance model for cross-border data flow. It's not an empty words. China's domestic law has clearly defined 4 categories of rules for cross-border data flow, which including security assignment of outbound data transfer, standard contract for the cross-border transfer of personal information, and third-party security certification, and special rules for special areas. So all above these rules are supported by the corresponding laws and regulations. So moreover, a few days ago, Chinese regulatory authorities just released the regulation on regulating and facilitating the cross-border data flow, where it's a draft for comments, which further refined China's governance framework for cross-border data flow and response practical issues with social general concern. For example, the draft clarified that the outbound data transfer does not require security assignment, standard contract, or security certification when the non-important data generated in the activities, such as international trades, academic cooperations, corresponding manufacturing, and the market influence activities. So Chinese supervision system for cross-border data flow is not simply to restrict data export, but to better protect and promoting data exports. So Chinese legislation has established diverse channel for cross-border data flows, which not only catering to the market demands for various industrial and enterprise, but also align with international rules on the cross-border data flows. So all of these help multinational enterprise to solve practical problems for repeating the compliance, multiple compliance, and even conflict compliance during the processing of outbound data transfer. Finally, I hope we can reach a consensus that the governance of data, especially the cross-border data flow, cannot ignore data security, nor can it set too many restrictions for security. The concept of security and utilization coexistence in China data governance system, offering China a wisdom and approaching to solve the problem of cross-border data flow. That is all what I want to say. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wu.
Thank you, Professor Zhao, for your wonderful words. Due to time limitation, we have to conclude this forum. We hope to have more in-depth exchanges and discussions in the future. Once again, we would like to thank all guests and friends for your wisdom and efforts to contribute to this open forum. We also would like to thank UN IGF for providing us with a more than relevant dialogue platform. This open forum is concluded here. We invite all of you to have a photo group here. Thank you.
right? For those online, we will start in about 5 minutes. For those online, we start in about 5 minutes. We're just settling up on site. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this important panel session on digital divides and digital inclusion. My name is Paul Donahoe. I'm from the Universal Postal Union, from the UPU, and I have the pleasure of introducing this discussion today. We are joined by a distinguished group of speakers from a variety of regions and backgrounds from around the world who will all share with us some valuable insights on this critical topic for digital inclusion and the digital divide. I'm also joined today in co-moderating this with my colleague Tracy Hackshaw. So Tracy, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Paul, and welcome, and good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. As Paul said, my name is Tracy Hackshaw. I'm also with the Universal Postal Union, the UPU, and I am responsible for the .post initiative, which is a secure, trusted, top-level domain for the postal sector. And we are looking to give you some great information about what we do and what we plan to do, and have hear from you as well about what you would like us to do for you. So welcome, and let's have some good discussion this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. And yes, together we aim to ensure that this session is interactive, engaging and informative for both our online and offline participants, the people in the room here today. We're joined by a number of people online from around the world as well, which is great to see. We also have an online moderator who's joining us from Switzerland. He has got up early this morning. Juan Moroni, who is a digital inclusion, digital transformation expert from the UPU in Switzerland as well. So good morning, Juan.
I see Juan is chatting. He's using chat, yes.
Super. Which is great because that is a good way to highlight the interactive nature of this session. Juan will be monitoring the online chat and ensuring that all participants have the opportunity to ask questions and share their thoughts. And so Juan will be taking that focus, and we will come back to you, Juan, during the session to see how the online discussion is going. So before we dive into the discussion today, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel of speakers. Each of them brings a unique perspective to the table. First of all, on my right, Mr. Rodney Taylor, who is the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. Rodney will be well known to many of you with his activities in the IGF. So welcome, Rodney. And we're also joined by Mr. Talant Sultanov, the co-founder and board member of the Internet Society in the Kyrgyz chapter. So welcome, Talant, and we're honoured to have your participation in the discussion today. What we really want to do is have this to be an interactive and informative session, as Tracy mentioned. So our discussion today revolves around the transformative potential of the postal sector in fostering digital inclusion, particularly looking at the digital divide that still exists in many communities and in the underserved communities where there are citizens and small businesses that are still disconnected, missing out on this fabulous opportunity that the digital economy is bringing. We have been almost 20 years since the initial discussions on the information society began in Tunis. And today, still, there is this significant divide, particularly in rural and remote communities, and underserved parts of the population are still missing out on these benefits that we all take for granted, particularly in major capital cities and in developed countries around the world. So with our panelists today, we want to explore this topic, share experiences, understand some of the challenges and where there can be solutions and examples of solutions that have helped bring these disadvantaged and underserved communities into the digital economy. And particularly considering that there is this new ongoing discussion within the GDC and within the WSIS around meaningful connectivity. And what does meaningful connectivity really mean in this area, particularly serving underserved communities? Then we hope to explore a number of different possibilities and a number of different examples in that area today. So before we get into the first session, I'll just give a bit of a highlight of the role that the postal sector plays in the digital economy. So I'll pull up some slides, if I can use the technology, Tracy.
Yes, and we can see it online. Yes, perfect.
Thank you. So, yeah, the title of this session today is The Postal Network as a Vehicle for Digital Inclusion. And as I mentioned, the postal network is a network that exists in over 650,000 locations around the world. And most communities in the world have access to post office and postal services. There are millions of employees within the postal network as well that have daily contact with people. And I think that this is an important element about ensuring digital inclusion. It's not just about the technology, it's not just about the connectivity. It's also about the human touch. Particularly in underserved communities and in the underprivileged parts of society. And this week, actually on Monday of this week, was World Post Day. And we celebrated that around the world. And the UN Secretary General's message on World Post Day, I think, is very telling and very relevant for our discussions this week. where he says that the postal system has long served as a cornerstone of connectivity across the globe. And that has been for thousands of years. And in today's digital world, that fundamental role remains key. The postal network is immense and extends to many of the remotest communities. And we can maximize its reach to help boost digital inclusion and drive progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly. The theme of this year's World Post Day, Together for Trust, calls on governments, the private sector and development partners to do exactly that. And we were very honoured to have the UN Secretary-General also recognise the UPU for its leadership in the new Connect.Post initiative, which aims to ensure that every post office has sufficient access to the internet by 2030. The concept of this project is connect a post, connect a community, and connect the people in that community and connect the businesses in that community to benefit from the digital society. Now this comes from, all the way back as I mentioned, in WSIS. The WSIS outcome documents, the Declaration of Principles, the Geneva Plan of Action, the Tunis Agenda, recognise that the postal network has an important role to play and is an important infrastructure for the information economy. And there was a number of references in those outcome documents to encourage governments and other stakeholders to establish sustainable community access centres in post offices, to design specific training programs in the use of ICTs, to educate the postal workers and help postal workers educate the communities that they serve in ICTs. And then also to affirm the commitment to build ICT capacities to improve access and use of postal networks and services. So these are all extract references from the WSIS Declaration, Plan of Action and the Tunis Agenda. So this discussion has been a long discussion over the last 20 years, but still today we see that of the 650,000 post offices that are located in communities around the world, there are still a significant number of post offices that are not connected. And so that's a strong message that we want to bring out of this panel session, is the call to action to governments to continue to integrate the post into their digital plans and consider the important role that the post plays in facilitating the connection between the people and businesses and the digital economy. And so we hope in this session today to explore a number of ideas and options around that, and to see where this can go for the coming decade of action towards 2030. Before I hand over to our panel, I also just want to reflect on some strong learnings that we've had in the last few years due to the pandemic. The pandemic has really accelerated a number of initiatives and no more than also in the postal network. The postal network was binding societies during the pandemic. It was servicing the citizens and the small businesses. It was one of the public infrastructures that was strengthened during the pandemic to deliver a variety of services to the people who were locked away, isolated due to the restrictions of the pandemic. Post offices were delivering government aid to communities through financial aid. There was also, postal network was used to deliver physical medical supplies to communities so that they could be protected against this terrible pandemic. Postal workers continued to service the communities during the pandemic, as they do during war and conflict areas as well. And so this was reinforced during the pandemic as the post was delivering services and distributing government aid. and taking part in digital transformation initiatives, including working with other government agencies to deliver government services, digital financial services to the communities. And again, we're talking about really the reach out into the underserved communities as well, which is where the real value of these services can exist. And also supporting small and medium enterprises who were very much affected by the pandemic in terms of their ability to trade. People were locked down, so they weren't having access through traditional physical markets. And so many SMEs transitioned to digital companies. And the Post was there to facilitate that transition to digital companies and acted as a hub for exchange of goods and financial services for SMEs so that they could continue to trade online. And I think we'll hear about some of those opportunities in today's panel as well. So I will now hand over to Tracy, my co-moderator, who can help facilitate the discussion during the panel as we go through the variety of experts that we have. Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you, Paul, and thanks for that wonderful introduction and that historical background. I think it gives us good context for today's session. So as we move through the open forum, and as Paul indicated, we'd like to address stakeholders directly on the opportunities that are available through the postal sector, but by giving practical examples and some case studies, which is why we have assembled this particular group of experts. So I'd like to start with SG Rodney Taylor, who, as we indicated, is the Caribbean Telecoms Union leader. He's had a lot of experience doing work in the Caribbean, and in particular in his home country in Barbados, especially with the Post. So that's very helpful for our discussion. So I'd like to ask Rodney, what do you think, based on your experience, could be a great opportunity for the postal sector, especially in countries like the Caribbean, the Pacific, other underserved regions, for digital inclusion? Have you seen opportunities there? Have you experienced any particular references that we could use? And maybe give us an idea of what we can do to, based on those experiences, probably improve on or advise others moving forward in that regard. Rodney, probably over to you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Good day, everyone. Happy to be a part of this discussion this morning and to share my experience from a small state in Barbados, but also from where I sit at the regional level within CARICOM, the Caribbean community. So the internet was supposed to be the death of postal services, right? Nobody was sending mail anymore. Everything was electronic mail, and therefore post offices would be banished from the face of the earth. It is far from what has happened. There's been, of course, the growth of e-commerce, the need to get goods into people's hands, and that is only, I mean, Paul laid a good groundwork in terms of the pandemic and what happened and how posts were able to facilitate the continuation of public service delivery. In Barbados in particular, there was an initiative where the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology worked with the Ministry of Home Affairs. I think Post falls under Home Affairs, but with the Barbados Postal Service to deliver credentials, in particular the driver's license, where you could apply to have your driver's license renewed, and then within 24 hours that's delivered to your home or your office. That was one of the big success stories because that you compare that with having to take time off from work to go to a government office to spend an hour or two in the line, pay cash, and then return another day to collect that license or wait. In some cases, you had to wait. So all of that, the productivity gains from simply that simple implementation and collaboration with the Postal Service. And then that was expanded to the delivery of the passport as well. right? And of course, that has now cascaded into other services. But for me, it's a no-brainer with that specific aspect of partnering with the government to, especially the ministries of digital transformation, to support the initiatives, the national transformation initiatives at the national level, and to make life easier for citizens. I remember once an Estonian told me, we don't know where the government offices are. We don't go. So I can't tell you where to find the Ministry of, the licensing authority. I don't know. So, and that's what we want. We want to keep people out of government offices. It is simply inefficient. It is a waste of time. I've seen where, there have been lines even before the government office opens, at 5 in the morning, people just want to be first in the queue so they can get their license or whatever and head to work. This is really not how we do things in the digital economy. With respect to the service bureaus, and again, this is a discussion that goes back maybe 25 years or more, where we talked about service bureaus, a one-stop shop for government. This is an opportunity because the post offices are in communities, that I should be able to put on my short pants, walk down the street, and interact. If I don't have the skills, the digital skills, to interact, that I can go to my friendly neighborhood post office and have someone help me. In Barbados already, the post office helps persons with the application for U.S. visas. Those persons who don't have a computer, don't have a credit card, or who simply don't have the skills to do it. And if you've ever had to apply for a U.S. visa online, it requires a degree in itself. It requires you to submit so much information. It takes at least an hour, maybe more, 2 hours sometimes. And so you could understand it may be daunting for some people. So if you can have that hand holding for those citizens that need that help, and that goes across the board. And ultimately, you want also that citizens don't have to, like I said, find this department and then find that other department and find a third department to simply access government services. If they can go to one convenient location and interact, then it makes all the sense in the world. So for me, it's a no-brainer, and the thing is to be able to get that message across and build awareness the level of the policymakers, so they understand that these are not two separate and distinct discussions that we're having. We're talking about how can we work together to support the implementation of the national digital transformation, working along with Post to make life easier for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley Taylor. And what you've said, I think, brings to the fore the possibilities that we can look at utilizing the facilities that the post offices already have, the people that are already there, so that we can tap into resources that are there, as well as perhaps, think bigger in terms of how we see the post office in our own jurisdictions, our own countries. There are opportunities there, I believe, for new ways of doing things, doing business, new ways of connecting people, and new ways of actually ensuring that those who are not currently in the digital economy can get that first touch, that first feel. If they don't have a PC at home or connectivity at home, maybe there's an opportunity to use something like the post office to do that. I touched on connectivity, which is my segue now into my other colleague to my left, Talent from the Kyrgyz chapter of the Internet Society. Talent has a lot of experience in community networks, actually. And this is something that I believe is another aspect of the connectivity challenge we need to look at. The connectivity meaning the broader perspective of connectivity. So when you look at the post offices, especially in rural, far-flung areas, there could be challenges in terms of connectivity, in terms of infrastructure as a whole, electricity, etc. So we talk about using these post offices as a vehicle, but if they're not connected, then this argument falls flat on its face. So Talent is here to help us understand what's actually possible, given the limited resources that many countries have to extend connectivity, and what can be done given his experience in doing such a thing in a small state, in a landlocked state, but in a state that I think has done it successfully. And Talent, over to you.
Thanks so much, Tracy, for the very good segue into the presentation. I'll try to share my screen, and because I prepared a couple of slides. But I don't see.
You have to just you see the share screen?
I don't see it. Maybe I'm not my host. Yeah.
This is the green one. The green one.
Ah, yes. See, also I work in the IT. I still struggle every time. Yeah, the PowerPoint or the PDF.
Share. You have any video?
No, no video.
Okay. There you go. You can go full screen now. There you go.
Can we see it? Yeah. Aha, excellent. Yeah. And Paul mentioned that this is going to be an interactive session, so I tried to do it interactive as well. This is just a picture that shows what is Kyrgyzstan. We just heard the perspective of a small island developing nations, and in this presentation I would like to show you the small landlocked mountainous countries. I think we have probably similar challenges and also other kinds of challenges that we deal. And I'm very glad. I've always wanted to meet colleagues in small developing island nations to learn how to promote, our countries and maybe work together. So to demonstrate the situation. And when I talk about interactivity, I prepared just a very small quiz, and soon there will be Christmas. If you don't celebrate Christmas, the New Year, like in Kyrgyzstan. And this is a question I would like to ask you. And if you respond correctly, I have chocolate from Central Asia. And if somebody responds from online, we will send it by post. And we will see how long it will take the chocolate to get. So any guesses? I'll give you a hint if you'd like. North Pole, one option. Any other ideas? Lapland, good. So one hint, it's because I come from Central Asia, it's related to Central Asia. Yeah. I think. See. Well, I think we are all correct that Santa should be living in every part of the world to be able to deliver. And actually, there were scientists in, I think, Norway or in Sweden, where Lapland, right, is close. So it's not us saying that. And they calculated that for Santa to be able to deliver all this mail to all the children around the world, he should be living in Kyrgyzstan. Can you imagine? And that would allow him to get everywhere at the same time. And it's actually kind of also in reality, the next slide also shows that Central Asia, and this is the map of Eurasia, was actually the center of economic gravity in the world for many centuries. And of course, then with the Industrial Revolution, the Information Revolution, it's shifted towards Europe, to the West. And now the economists are predicting maybe it will shift back. And I was thinking why Central Asia was able to become the center of economic gravity in the world. And probably because of the, we had the Silk Road, ancient Silk Road, and along this Silk Road, there was a very effective postal system running, the ancient Pony Express. So you could get from Mongolia to Europe in a very, very short time, and this Pony Express was considered to be one of the fastest and the most extensive postal networks in the world at the time. And I think it inspired the modern postal services too. So when I was looking Wikipedia today, Pony Express, it doesn't talk about ancient Pony Express, it talks about Pony Express in the US. So very little mention of the ancient one. So I think it also shows how internet is still geared towards more Western content, and we need to work on that as well to bring more kind of information there. And there is a book, if you have a chance, maybe you would read it, by Dr. Fred Starr. He lives in Washington, D.C., big Central Asia scholar. And he titled his book, The Lost Enlightenment. He says, so Central Asia was the center of cultural, scientific, postal, experience, but at some point it all went away, and what happened, and can we bring it back? And that's one of my, I guess, small goals, is to make Central Asia again part of the global economy. And I think, as Rodney mentioned, with the internet, e-commerce, all this becomes possible thanks to the new technologies. And but of course, in Central Asia we have major challenges. We are landlocked. One of the experts who is actually in the IGF today, he also coined the sanctions locked, and I added we also brain drained. So this makes it really very difficult to bring internet connectivity and to improve the postal connectivity too, because as you can see in this map, very long distances, deserts, mountains. So I wouldn't envy the people who work in the postal service to be delivering goods to and from our region. And I think that digitalization could actually make lives easier. And the goal of our session and of this initiative is to connect every postal office to the internet by 2030. And this resonated very much with the activity that's already happening at the moment, is to connect every school in the world to the internet by 2030. It's an initiative by ITU and UNICEF called GIGA. And I think here we could actually join forces, because the schools and post offices are the hubs in many of the villages. So whatever happens in the village, people gather either in the schools, like if it's elections or provision of the government services, or in the in the postal office. So we need to together work to connect all these villages to the internet. And that's what we've been doing. And of course, the realities on the ground are very difficult. So sometimes you have to go through very difficult, mountainous terrain, or there is no electricity if you want to bring internet to the village, or cables break and you have to put, some inventions like plastic bottle of a broken cable so it doesn't break again. Or there is no transport, so you still use horses to deliver goods back and forth. So we've been working a lot on connecting villages to the internet. And what we realized later, and speakers earlier mentioned that, and Paul said that it's not only about infrastructure, it's about actually people's human kind of aspects and skills. So, and we've been working a lot on increasing digital literacy and skills of communities in rural areas, so they would be able to take advantage of opportunities that digitalization brings. So training them how to use e-government services, actually training the government officials in local areas on e-government services, so that then they can become trainers for the local communities. E-commerce, so we have entrepreneurs in villages who produce local goods, but they don't know how to market them on the internet, and they don't know how to use the existing systems to the logistic supply chains to deliver their products, and fintech services too. So this was kind of just a brief introduction to what we do and how we could collaborate together, and probably during the discussion I could share more of the information. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Talent. This slide that you're on, don't move it. I like that's a really interesting way to end this. Girls first, rural first, mobile first, local language first, and green first. And I think that's really important for our discussion, so that we recognize here that there are quite a slew of underserved communities in this space that we need to serve. And again, this is something about inclusion. Digital inclusion is about including those who are not included. Simple as that. And to a large extent, the list you have here summarizes that quite nicely. We could add to this, of course, persons with disabilities. We could add to this, any number of groups. Let's not target any one group or the other. So one of the questions we need to get to now, I think, and I think Paul is going to jump in here. How do we really drive this forward? Now that we've talked about some of these cases, how do you think we can drive this forward? What can countries do specifically to ensure that we improve connectivity in these communities? What can the post do? How can we utilize the post to enable this? You mentioned that the schools are doing it. There's a project that I think I'm going to toss to Paul now that's called Connect.Post, Paul mentioned earlier, that looks at this. There's some work going on right now, I believe, in the Caribbean regarding these areas, and I'll be spreading to other regions soon. So maybe Paul, perhaps you could give us some insights on what the UPU is doing to make this happen.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. And I want to pick up on some of the points that have just been made by both Rodney and Talent, because I think they're very relevant for the discussion around digital inclusion and just thinking about the asset that exists in this in the postal network and how it has been used in a number of countries. We have seen, particularly the issue of local language that you mentioned, Talent, is a critical issue in these communities, where we have this predominant or this dominance of English on the internet in a way that excludes a lot of the people in the underserved communities. And this is where governments have seen the benefit of the postal network. As I mentioned, there's 650,000 post offices. They are staffed by people. Those people are in contact with the local population and the local citizens and the local businesses every day in their local language. And we have examples in all regions where the postal service has been a critical human hand to these communities. In the area of e-commerce that you mentioned, e-commerce is almost like the new Santa Claus. E-commerce is the 21st century Santa Claus, because when people are online, they expect to have things delivered to them. And they expect those things to be delivered relatively quickly. We have a lot of great examples in postal delivery where a postcard or a letter arrives 1 year later addressed to Paul in Bern, Switzerland. There's these great stories around how the post has been able to deliver mail in that way. But now in this world of e-commerce, that's not enough. There needs to be a much more intelligent, digitally capable network that can support e-commerce deliveries as people expect them. Just like the children expect Santa Claus to deliver off their Christmas list, we now expect to have those e-commerce deliveries come to us. And also businesses would like to participate from these communities. Would like to participate. They are producing local artifacts, for example, which can be very popular and can generate a lot of income, which will bring sustainability to these communities. We talk about meaningful connectivity. We need to also bring sustainability into the meaningful connectivity discussion. Sustainability of the resource which is providing the connectivity and how that brings sustainability of communities. And post offices have developed solutions in this area. Community access centres in Zimbabwe are a good example where in ZimPost, the Zimbabwe Postal Service, is providing community access centres. They are providing digital connectivity. They are providing digital literacy services to these communities. So people can come to the post office and other partners of the post who provide digital literacy training, who provide digital capability training, are using the post office facility as a location for training the local community. So this complements the delivery of the connectivity to bring capacity building to these communities. Posts are obviously delivery partners, so they can deliver the mobile phones to these communities. They can work with governments to deliver affordable mobile phones, which is a critical policy issue in a number of countries where we heard yesterday in the main hall the issue of affordability of mobile devices or of devices to connect to the internet. Again, the integration of Post into policymakers' discussions and into policies for digital inclusion can bring affordable delivery of these devices to those communities. It can also bring affordable delivery of connection points. Post offices can be Wi-Fi hubs, connectivity hubs in these communities. And again, in the case of Zimbabwe, we have examples there of ZimPost as community access centre providing local network connectivity in that area. And also for SMEs. SMEs who want to be able to sell online, as Talant mentioned, this digital world provides them with that opportunity, but they lack the understanding, they lack the skills on how to sell online. And so we have seen examples in Asia where the Post has partnered with eBay, for example. And the Post Office has provided eBay training to local entrepreneurs who are making these artifacts and making these goods that are interesting to sell online. So on a Thursday afternoon at 4 o'clock, eBay comes to the Post Office. They organise a community education and train local entrepreneurs on how to be able to sell online. The Post Office is the hub for this information access, but it is also the gateway to exchange the goods and also a lot of financial services. Financial services in the Post is a strong line of business, and that's obviously important for e-commerce as well. So I think some of these issues of access and local language services from the Post are an important part of helping the digital inclusion through the postal network.
Thank you very much, Paul. And I just want to remind everyone this is an open forum. So once you are able to gather your thoughts and perhaps pose any comments, feedback, or questions, feel free to step to the mic, both online and on site in this room, and we will recognize you and take your feedback in. So I'm going to wait, while we wait for any of that to come in, I'm going to now continue with our chat. So one of the things that, Paul, you just ended on this issue of local language. In terms of indigenous groups, and so I can see if that works with both of you. There has been a discussion around inclusion regarding their heritage. So e-heritage is something called e-heritage, digital heritage. And there has been discussion in the past about whether or not these access centers, these telecenters can play a role there, because in many cases they are, they are separate villages, separate communes in some cases, depending on how the state deals with the indigenous peoples. Some cases they're integrated, but there are very few case studies of where that has been able to be placed online, curated by the communities themselves, and sustained over a period of time. There seems to be an opportunity here to utilize this, the GDC as one of these vehicles for this. The Posts coming in and saying, let's play a role, some additional connectivity. Let's look at this as one of those potential inclusion topics. So I'm going to ask perhaps Talant first, and then maybe Rodney, given his knowledge of the Caribbean and their indigenous people's issues. But what do you think about that and how that can work? So Talant, perhaps you can go first.
Thanks so much, Tracy. Actually, this reminds me of two interesting stories I wanted to share. One, following up Paul's intervention, when we connected the first community network in Kyrgyzstan, it's a village in a mountainous area of Susamur. The very first beneficiary of the internet was a local post office officer. Because before the internet connectivity, what he had to do is every week, at least once a week, he had to go to a nearby town, which was over the mountains, to check if there was mail for the villagers. he didn't have, there is no mobile connectivity, no internet, so he didn't know if there was any letters or packages or not, maybe passports for the local villagers. But in the winter, the road would be so treacherous that it would take him maybe like, one day just to get to the town, and then he would spend the night, and the next day he would come back. And once the internet appeared, he could at least find out, is there anything for me in the town that makes me, that I have to go and pick up. And actually this is similar to the interesting cartoon that we watched when we were all locked down during COVID with kids about Santa Claus. And there is this young post officer who gets sent to Laplandia, very far away, and he has to go cross the seas and mountains and forests just to find out if there is any message for him to deliver. And another aspect what he engaged in is to get more letters to run through the post office so that he can keep his job. He helped increase digital literacy of people in the village. So if we increase the e-commerce literacy of people, if we provide digital content in local languages, that would mean that there will be much more information exchange happening. What we found out when we brought internet to the villages, the local community would say, thank you, but there is nothing for me in there because I speak my language and all the content in there is foreign. So that's why we started as a second big effort was to create digital content, online content in Kyrgyz language. Plus we found out that in these villages there were no books for kids in Kyrgyz language. So one of the activities that we just recently did is to collect 1,000 books for kids, and we wanted to deliver them to many of the villages, but we couldn't do it physically. And of course, we turned to the post office to help us deliver these Christmas gifts almost. Thank you.
Thank you, SG.
Yeah, thank you. There are indigenous populations in the Caribbean. I can think of Dominica, Trinidad, Jamaica, and so on. And I think I believe it's UNESCO that has an initiative for digitizing some of these indigenous artifacts. There is a market, I mean, globally for this kind of information. In particular, these businesses that offer the tracing of your heritage, right? I think Ancestry.com and others like it. And I saw there's a move where, especially when you look at the historical, say for example, the transatlantic slave trade, where there's still a lot of information, and where there's a diaspora in the United States and in the UK, people want to be able to trace their lineage. And I think, so that's an opportunity, I think, where is an opportunity for the developing countries, those that have a rich history, those that have indigenous populations, to monetize that content. Now, I would say that not enough is being done, and we run the risk of providing connectivity to people who are not connected now, and then there isn't the content that is relevant to them, or there isn't the values that are also relevant to them. There are a few initiatives in Barbados. They don't come to mind right now, but I'm happy to share them at another time, where again the focus is on tracing ancestry and so on, and documenting, say, the transatlantic slave trade and other, the history of colonialism and so on, so that people are aware of the cultural heritage and those sorts of historical artifacts that are of relevance today. Thanks.
Thanks. And as I go to Paul, I want to add something to Paul's response to that question. So Paul, we spoke about government services and allowing the post offices to be, a one-stop shop in some way. What, in your experience, have you seen at the UPU with the post becoming that vehicle for including, that's another version of inclusion now, including citizens who have been, not reached by the government service footprint, in terms of trying to get them to help them, not just with delivering the service itself, so delivering a passport and so on, but maybe even helping them actually apply for a service. Because again, as services go online, some people just don't know how, don't have a device, as we spoke about, maybe there's an opportunity there for that to happen as well. So if you have a response to the first part about indigenous, but we're not going to switch that as well to the assistive aspect of inclusion. Paul?
Yeah, Tracy, I think you bring up an important new point around people's access to the digital world, because a lot of people still find it difficult to complete government forms online, to be able to complete procedures for importing and exporting. And this is where the Post Office has provided services. So we know in Lebanon, for example, the government has utilised the Post in Lebanon to support completion of online documents with offline verification. So you initiate the government transaction online through a portal which is hosted by Liban Post, which is the Lebanese postal service. And then once you get to the submission of the document, you need to provide some physical proof of who you are, and the validity of the information provided. So you then come to the post office. You can schedule an appointment online so that you don't have to waste your time queuing for or traveling for a long period of time and then having to queue. So you can schedule an appointment. You can come and visit the post office, verify the online information that you have provided, and then that completes the transaction. And so that's also available for people who are not digitally literate. They can basically just initiate an appointment at the post office to say, I want to complete this government process. And then the postman or woman in the post office will actually assist in completing that process. And that's a very important part. That's not just in Lebanon with Liban Post, in Kenya with the Huduma project, which is a delivery of government services project throughout the country. Then Huduma centres are established in post offices again. There are, in Kenya, there are 55 government services that you can have access to through the post office in a variety of hybrid or online services. And again, that supports the local language, the local communities, and the digital literacy issues in there. When we talk about going online, Tracy, I might actually give a bit of a segue into you introducing some ideas into the conversation. Then we talk about how the Post can be a facilitator of businesses getting online. But to do that, we need to also empower the Post with this capability. And this is something at the UPU that we are working very strongly on. Within the Connect.Post project, we are advocating with policymakers for them to be included into the digital plans. We're advocating for the connectivity of these post offices. But as Rodney just mentioned, connectivity is not enough. There needs to be also this capability within the post office. And so also when businesses go online, there needs to be this assurance of security. When you're on the digital world, then there's a whole new set of skills that you need to make sure that you can survive in this digital world as well. So in the UPU, we are developing programs to support post offices in this capability build. And this is maybe something, Tracy, that you can talk to in terms of the .Post initiative and its context within Connect.Post.
Thank you for that segue, Paul. And I will share my screen just as you have allowed me to do so. And I will show the audience exactly what you're talking about in terms of the cybersecurity framework that the UPU has looked to build out. Let me just find a way to do this full screen and get this done. Hang on a sec.
I guess we don't need to instruct you, so it's just a matter of finding the right button.
Right, there we are. So, I'm hoping you're seeing my screen now. No? Because it's sharing. It's loading slowly. Is it loading? All right. Well, what you should be seeing is a slide that refers to the cybersecurity framework. Let me just try again. Let me try again. Oh, that's okay. So maybe I'll leave it there just to avoid any challenges and try and give you a view. What are you seeing? The screen? All right, great. Okay, great. So I think I could use this. Just get a little bigger, maybe. No, it's fine. Okay, let's use this. So, to a large extent, this screen attempts to show the overall UPU cybersecurity policy framework, which is based around what Paul mentioned as the .post environment. We have a platform, which I'm currently in charge of, that looks to roll out for the posts a secure, trusted environment where you can deliver services utilizing a secure top-level domain, the .post TLD, but also a series of accompanying policy frameworks, services, and wrappers around that. So we start with the security framework, as you can see here. Not want to get too technical, but rest assured, complying to this framework allows posts, and anyone actually for that matter, to deliver services that are reasonably secure in terms of getting it at a basic level. We're not securing it at a network level, we're doing it at the DNS level here, and looking to secure email as well. So we're utilizing standards that are well known to the IT folks in your organization, SPF, DKIM, DMARC, and also .post's DNSSEC compliance. We secure at the root. And not only that, we have a framework where we can allow you to track your compliance using something called cybertrack.post. So once you are part of the .post environment, you're able to track your compliance on a dashboard that we are able to offer to you. You'll get alerts. You'll be able to ensure that on a rolling basis, daily, otherwise, whether you're complying with all of our policy frameworks and how we approach that. And as we move forward in terms of what we're going to do next, we have a learning platform where you can build capacity, as we talked about that earlier. One of the aspects of this inclusion is building capacity around cybersecurity, digital, e-commerce, and so on. So we've built out a learning platform for that to happen. And we are also about to launch a secure .post portal. What that is going to do is allow the post to come in and access partner material from a series of international partners, provide this material already. You can put it in one location so that the postal network can get in and access material that is already available in terms of training, infographics, best practices, policies, and so on. And that's coming soon. We should have that up and running in Q4 of 2023, and that'll be available. It'll be open to all, but really designed for the postal sector. Not only that, at the UPU, we've built out a CERT for the postal sector that is currently being deployed, and that CERT will allow us to respond to incidents within the postal sector that can be then shared as a best practice, depending on what's happening there, with other members of the sector. And that will eventually lead to something called an ISAC, which we are currently implementing, an Information Sharing and Analysis Center for the entire global postal sector, the regulated sector. So that's coming soon from .post. And not only that, just to share with you what's really coming, and you visit our booth in the IGF to learn more, we are going to be offering secure services on our new platform, our .post registration platform. On this platform, you'll be able to get secure DNS services, secure websites, secure hosting. This is important because, as we mentioned earlier, posts are looking to move forward with e-commerce, marketplaces, and so on. But the skill sets and the capacities that they have within the post are very limited. I've been to a few posts, and I've seen that sometimes there's one IT person working there, covering everything, from the PCs on the desk of the workers to the network to trying to get just stuff done on a day-to-day basis. So having something as esoteric as an e-commerce platform and building it out and doing all the work required is very challenging. So we plan to offer at the very least, the infrastructure to allow it to happen at a reasonable price, utilizing our secure platform. so that they can obtain these services and deploy them very rapidly, so very quick to deploy. And to do that, we're going to offer them, as you said, secure DNS, certificates, secure email, secure web hosting, and eventually, once they get all of that right, secure e-commerce, payment platforms and connections to tools like Stripe and the traditional payment services that you may have in your country, whether it be wallets or otherwise. So Paul, I think that's thank you for that segue and allow me to do this. Sorry if I'm not able to do full screen, but certainly you can contact us afterwards to get a demonstration of what we can offer, or you can visit us at our booth in the IGF Village today. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, well done, Tracy. And these important new services are really going to help empower the postal network to deliver the types of services that we've been discussing. But just to reinforce that actually these services are actually being used already in a number of countries. So in Zimbabwe, I think Tracy, Zimbabwe Mall.post is a national marketplace that Zimbabwe Post is hosting for the SMEs in Zimbabwe. There are, I believe, over 300 SMEs that have registered on Zimbabwe Mall, and they are selling their goods online using the platform that Zimbabwe Post, or ZimPost as they're called, are providing. And this is an example of how posts are supporting the SME's inclusion in the digital economy with e-commerce support services. They are also providing payment support services. So this is one of the critical issues in e-commerce. The availability of payment support in many countries for e-commerce is a challenge. Credit cards are not readily available. So from a financial inclusion perspective, the Post is an important partner in helping businesses to get online and get access to sustainable services. So this is a sustainability issue, utilising this public infrastructure to support sustainability of digital inclusion. We also have another example in Rwanda with Rwanda Mall. Rwanda Mall is a national marketplace. Again, there are over 500 SMEs that are registered in Rwanda Mall as a national marketplace to be able to sell online. But the government found that the majority of those SMEs are located in the capital city that are registered. And so there is a push now through the postal network to reach out to the rural areas where many SMEs do exist. And to encourage those SMEs to come online with the support of the post office network. And this national marketplace is a very important concept for the policymakers, because it encourages exports. It encourages economic development in these communities. And the Post, as the support service with excellent technical solutions that Tracy's talking about, gives the security and trust for these marketplaces to exist in the national environment and to encourage SMEs to be able to participate online. And also provide them with the necessary training and support. And I know with Rodney, we're working closely between the UPU and the CTU on bringing this capability to the small island developing states in the Caribbean. We've recently signed a cooperation agreement, so we're very proud to be working with the CTU and bringing this capability to the Caribbean postal services, and also collaborating with the integration of this within government policy across the Caribbean. And you know, I think this is going to be very important for the development of the economies in the Caribbean, Rodney.
Yeah, certainly. So I think, Rodney, what we could segue into there is using the MOU that we signed with the CTU as a jumping off point, and having seen what the first, we've actually done one project under that in Barbados already. Having seen what's happened there, what do you think are the real opportunities that exist now for Post to really offer this digital inclusion vehicle, additional services? Is there an opportunity for maybe collective action, working together as a region? revenue opportunities, new revenue opportunities in this area, as well as potentially from where you sit, trying to, truly bring the postal network into national digital policy and ensure that they can almost provide the digital inclusion solution, if not all of it, part of it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, there are definitely opportunities for revenue. The examples I mentioned before brought significant revenues to the Barbados Postal Service. So each delivery was the cost. A nominal cost, mind you, it was like $10, which is five US dollars for delivery. But compare that to, like I said, the cost of getting public transportation or even driving your car, the time off from work and that kind of thing. And so the majority of persons opted to choose that delivery service. There's still some awareness that has to happen at the level of policymakers who aren't really yet of that mindset, who don't fully understand the nexus between digital and postal. So there's still the notion that everything can be done online. But the reality is that online has to connect at some point with the offline, and therefore that collaboration is critical. So there's need for awareness. The collaboration we have, there's Paul is participating in our upcoming ICT week and has an opportunity to present this at the regional level so that we're on the same page. But the regional notwithstanding, we will work, as it were, from door to door. So we will work with a coalition of the willing. We've had expressions of interest from likes of Belize, even though it's not an island, but it is classified as one of our CARICOM states. And I think actually UN listed as a SIDS for some reason. But Belize, the dynamic in Belize is very different. Belize is the same population as Barbados, but it's spread throughout a much bigger land mass, and therefore this is something that they're very, very keen on. Imagine, I talk about taking time off from Barbados, but the truth is you can get from one end of Barbados to the next in about half an hour, 45 minutes, depends how fast you're driving. But with Belize, you can travel for 4 hours, from one town to the next. So and therefore, it becomes even more important when you have that sort of geographic spread of towns and villages to be able to connect with the post. So there's some awareness that has to be done. I've seen where there are revenue opportunities for the post. I've seen where the postal workers themselves get excited about being included in this new digital transformation, and the citizens who interact with them, because again they're friendly faces, they're pleased to see the people that they know helping in terms of delivering those public services. So I don't remember the figure, but there was significant revenue that was earned by the post, I think. But I would say that we talked about fulfillment centers and so on, and so on. The infrastructure point of view, there's a need to ensure that they have positioned themselves. In other words, that there's whatever renovations they need to do, that the facility is there if they have to go to the post, there's a space for it. And Jamaica has done this successfully. Jamaica, one of the largest post offices in the heart of Kingston, has been transformed. It's been fully modernized, and it's actually the place where you go to apply. If you don't apply online, you can go there and apply for your digital identity and have it delivered there to you. I know Jamaica's had some challenges with it, but the fact is they're working with the post office on that particular initiative, and they have completely renovated the post office and have made it sort of e-commerce ready, and it's a fulfillment center. Thanks.
And talent. Thanks, Rodney. The nexus now between the business side of the post, and let's get perhaps what your thoughts on whether or not inclusion at a community level from the business side can also extend into the community side. And when I say that, when you are talking about content generation, we broached that topic earlier, and having that as a potential revenue opportunity, so there's maybe very little content from the Central Asian region online, and having your stakeholders learn, consume, and perhaps even earn revenue, write books on, sell books online, sell research articles, do research. Do you see that as being something that can happen with the Post? And if so, how can community networks assist in that regard, and getting community networks as a sort of a catalyst to make that something like that happen?
Yeah. Thanks so much, Tracy, for a very good question. Actually, I'm learning a lot from today's discussion, and certainly when I'm back home, I will share with my colleagues in the Postal Service. And at the same time, I know that Kyrgyz Postal Service has been looking into different opportunities that digitalization is bringing, including in terms of e-commerce. It also reminded me that in Kyrgyzstan, we are still, Postal Service is still looking into providing banking services. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Japan is one of the successful cases here, where Postal Service provides, or one of the biggest financial services institutions. And there is one maybe story that for Paul's collection of stories about Kyrgyzstan, how Postal Service was, instrumental in involving people providing government services. So Kyrgyzstan is considered one of the more democratic countries in the region of Central Asia, and our previous president decided that we should have elections based on biometrical data, so that and using electronic polling machines. But of course, not everybody had biometric data in the system, and not everybody had digital IDs. And the postal offices became the hubs to help people get all that data. And it had to be done within just, I think, maybe a couple of months. Everybody, if you wanted to participate in the elections, you needed to register through the system. And grandmas, grandparents, young people, everybody would go to the post office and get services in local languages, or like step-by-step kind of guidance in doing this. And as a result, in Kyrgyzstan, we had elections which were unprecedented. I mean, for the past 20 years, every elections we would have protests the following day, because there were so many opposition parties contesting. When we did this new approach, the following day it was so quiet. And for Kyrgyzstan, it's unusual to have a quiet day after the election, because everybody trusted the system. And maybe not everybody knew about the cybersecurity threats. So this is coming back to your presentation. And those who kind of are more into digitalization, they were concerned, now I've submitted my biometric data to the government through the Postal Service, but is it safe? We don't know. I hope it's safe. But for sure, we need to follow up on your presentation, and to ensure and double ensure that all that data is actually secure and safe.
Maybe if I can just follow up on that, Talent, then those issues faced in many countries, and even in the advanced countries where we think that everything is well established, even the role of the Post in supporting advanced countries in this area is still evident. I'm thinking of Switzerland. So this year, Switzerland will hold electronic voting. And Swiss Post is actually one of the providing agencies to support the electronic voting system in Switzerland for elections. So in Switzerland, they've taken that one step further, as actually the Post is supporting the e-voting system itself within the country. But Talent, I think I want to take another angle with you as well in terms of the ISOC's activities, and I know that you're active in community networks and the deployment of community networks, and I wonder if you see, out of this discussion today, if you see a role that the Post could play in the deployment of community networks, even maybe to the extent of co-location of infrastructure in postal facilities, the logistics to get equipment distributed into community centres. I wonder if you've got some ideas or some feedback on that sort of concept.
Thanks so much. For sure, there are already several thoughts that I have that could be done together with the post office, starting with the physical infrastructure and network of postal services across the country. And Rodney mentioned about fulfillment centers. I think the postal offices in Kyrgyzstan are already trying to become kind of, if not leaders, but active participants of this system, providing digital skills trainings. For example, when we go to remote locations, oftentimes there are no official or government buildings or kind of suitable offices where you can have a training. And if you have a place, oftentimes you don't have workers who could provide these kind of trainings, because villagers are usually, they're tending their animals or are in the fields, and usually postal workers and municipal workers are the kind of front lines of people who local communities are actually expect. When nationally there is a new service, they would come and ask the postal service officers and municipal service officers, like, teach us what's going on in the center. And I think the postal offices could be like in the avant-garde in terms of providing these trainings. And for us, when we work on these kinds of activities, we feel very short-handed, because we don't have the network of facilities and network of people like the postal service does. So I think there could be a lot of collaboration in that.
Thanks very much, Talent. Oh, I think we may have some interventions from the floor. You could state your name and...
Sure. Bevel Wooding. In this case, I'll be representing the Caribbean Network Operators Group, a volunteer-based group of computer and network engineers who have been looking at ways to offer and support digital solutions throughout the Caribbean. I'm listening to the presentation that Tracy gave, and I'm very impressed with the initiatives that are coming out. And just wondered if there was a way for us to support that within the context of the Caribbean. We have been working very closely with the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. We have everything from digital training and literacy type programs that I think would do very well if they were aligned to initiatives like this, which will help with postal improvement, which is tied to the digital economy. So is there opportunity for collaboration, support, working alongside, where those volunteers that we have would be very keen to help support at the national and regional level would be able to join something like this and help accelerate the deployment?
Thank you, Bevel. So we'll address that question after I said that's another. You have a question, ma'am? Yes, maybe we take this one as well.
Thank you very much for the presentations, which are very exciting and enlightening. Christine Mujimba. I work with the regulator in Uganda, who also oversees the postal sector. And so hearing all this, I was actually pleasantly surprised of the opportunities in comparison to what is happening on ground in terms of the readiness of our national postal operator to actually leverage these opportunities. So my question is, from your experience, what are the key critical success factors, especially from a policy perspective, to position the postal network to actually take on those opportunities? Because the current status is more on some post offices closing, issues of sustainability, the balance between the obligations for universal service vis-a-vis also competition from other courier companies that have come in and gone into the logistic market. So we have, for example, like how you'd have Uber here going into deliveries and things like that. So I'm interested in knowing the experience of, especially from a policy perspective, what can be done to reposition what is seemingly like dying, to the point of the gentleman from Caribbean, like something that got stuck in couldn't compete with email and has been overtaken, and yet there's so much opportunity from what I'm hearing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your question as well. So I think we'll start with answering the Revel Wooding's question. So we'll toss to Rodney, and maybe Paul, you could take it's above my pay grade, so you can take the other one.
Yeah, I just wanted to, just by way of example, and yes, we do work with Caribnog, but just to draw the example of the support we provided to the Caribbean Postal Union, where the website was down. It is a very resource-constrained organization. And we, noticing that the website was down, reached out to them and helped them register a .post domain using Richard from my office, just for that basic level of support. And I suspect as they struggle, a lot of the other territories will struggle. You mentioned there's one IT guy who's doing everything. So even by way of first of all, bringing together the technical community to work with Tracy to understand what the .post initiative is all about, what are the technical requirements, and then supporting not, you know, there are a lot of young people in Caribnog as well, and maybe we can leverage them. We wouldn't be able to afford, say, someone of Niall's caliber. You know, he's he's an international resource, but you can use some of the young people to help, just sort of basic support, help the post offices get off the ground. And I saw these. If you go to cpu.post, you'll see how we were able to support the Postal Union. I see the need for that kind of support going forward. But of course, I think it would be useful for the next Caribnog to have a presentation from you and work with the engineers, if it hasn't been done yet, to get a better understanding of what is required.
Thank you very much, SG Taylor. So I think that's a very good, that's sold. Let's make that happen. To answer the question from the Uganda regulator, Paul, maybe you could take that. As I said, I think it's above my pay grade, so maybe you can take that.
Yeah, happy. Excuse me. Happy to, Tracy. But also, I'd just like to respond to Neville's question as well, because I think that the Post is there to support the national skills that are available in a variety of different sectors. And so if there can also be this partnership with the Post Office, it can help support local expertise that's available in the young, also with universities, with local associations. These resources are there to work with the Post Office. So the Post Office would love to reach out into these communities, gain access to these skills and use those to share with, first of all, postal employees. As I mentioned at the beginning of this, one of the things that has to happen is actually education of postal employees around the digital capability, what is possible and how it is possible. Which is the second most important thing. So working with these local associations, I think, is an excellent idea. And it's something that we have seen being done in other parts of the world. So I would very much support that within the Caribbean, and we can continue that discussion, Rodney, under our collaboration. Let me come to the second question from Christine. Thank you very much for what is a very interesting question. And the key challenges that we see in this are to do with awareness. And to do with, Rodney mentioned this before, about the change in mindset about what this public infrastructure is possibly able to deliver in terms of the government's goals. And that's where we are working very closely together. The UPU has this program, Connect.Post, which is discussing the new use of the postal network as a means for governments to achieve sustainable development goals, economic development, and digital development. And so our role is to advocate for this change to happen. And as Rodney mentioned, policymakers in some ways are not aware. They're thinking of, as you mentioned, Christine, the old role of the Post in delivering letters. And letters are not a significant part of the economy, particularly in your region, for example. E-commerce is where the activity is, and the competition that you mentioned is happening. And so as a regulator, you are seeing the development of the e-commerce logistics space in effectively in competition with the post office, but the post office is really about universal service for letters. Now, there needs to be a change in mindset about what is universal service. What does the community need in this new age of e-commerce? The community needs quality, reliable logistics delivery services. Coming back to the Santa Claus analogy at the beginning of this from Talant, people expect now quality delivery. And many of these competitors that you refer to in your market are mainly focused on the urban areas because that's where the issue is. So universal access to e-commerce is a point across the whole of Uganda. So the rural communities in Uganda should have the same right to e-commerce access as the people who are living in the urban areas. And so this is a new dialogue that we are encouraging. Now it's a two-way dialogue. The governments are not really aware of this new value that the public network, the public postal network can bring, but also it's a responsibility of the post to advocate for this new role with the policymakers as well. So it's a two-way discussion. We've seen very good examples. I've mentioned Zimbabwe. It's been a discussion between the government and the postal operator with the regulator involved as well about how the public postal infrastructure can deliver on government's goals and be an implementation arm for government policy, particularly e-commerce strategy, digital transformation strategy. We've seen in Ghana, where Ghana has been recognised in the new digital strategy for Ghana. The post office in Ghana has been recognised as an implementation partner to bring the inclusion elements that we've discussed on this panel today. It requires a new thought process. And we see with now the next generation coming into the policy-making environment, the next generation coming into the leadership of the post, then they are educated in the possibilities of the digital economy, and they are as more excited than we are about the opportunities for true inclusion across the whole country. And this is the really important issue that the public postal network provides. It is an inclusion vehicle for social inclusion, for digital inclusion, for financial inclusion. And Talant mentioned the example of Japan Post. The Japan Postal Savings Bank was one of the largest banks in the world, in fact. And that's a traditional role for postal savings. That's a traditional role. As children, you were given access to a postal savings account, and it was your pocket money that you were saving in a postal savings bank account. And that's a traditional role in many, many countries. But there have been posts that have recently entered the banking services. And it's a trend that we see in a number of posts. India Post has 155,000 post offices across every community in India, and they are banking the unbanked. They are providing postal savings banks, they are providing financial services to all in India, in all 155,000 post offices. The Indian government has seen the benefit of connecting these post offices. So they have connected, all of the Indian post offices are connected with available connectivity to support banking services, postal services, e-commerce services. So yeah, the critical success factors you asked from a policy perspective are, first of all, to be aware of the new role that this public infrastructure can play in achieving government goals. We advocate for it to be integrated, the postal network to be integrated into digital strategies, into e-commerce strategies. So we're working with UNCTAD, for example, as part of the E-Trade for All initiative, where we are doing assessments across the world with the government, with the ministry, on e-commerce development, and we're integrating the post in e-commerce strategies and e-commerce policies and action plans for the development of e-commerce. We're working with the CTU in the Caribbean along the same lines as well, of integrating the post into digital capability development with policymakers and regulators. And the sustainability of this public infrastructure is a critical issue for the policymakers. As you mentioned, the letters revenue is dying. So diversification of services to help the sustainability of this public infrastructure is a vital thing. And the diversification of services is not about exclusivity. It's about partnering with banks. It's about partnering with e-commerce companies. It's about a public-private partnership between this public infrastructure and the private sector services capability, and to use the postal network as a vehicle to reach all of the population. The private sector has the solutions, but they don't have access to the market. The post office has access to the market, but doesn't have solutions. So the partnership between the public sector and the private sector is an important policy issue that post offices, regulators and policymakers should be considering in terms of sustainability and economic development and diversification. So it was a very long answer, I'm sorry, but hopefully it addresses the points that you asked, Christine.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I think it's a very comprehensive answer. It's also your last word, because we have just less than 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask my colleagues on the panel to wrap up in about a minute. So here's the wrap up. This also helps with our reporting. Give me one key takeaway and one call to action that you would like to make in regards to the postal network being a vehicle for digital inclusion, given your experiences.
So I would say the call to action at the level of policymakers is to push for greater awareness across CARICOM. So we are working with one or two, and we should continue to push so that we have proof of concept. But we should also embark on very heavily on an awareness campaign so that we have more collective action within the Caribbean.
Thank you very much. Talent, one takeaway, one call to action.
Well, I think clearly there are so many opportunities that postal services, especially in Kyrgyzstan, could take advantage of. And of course, it will depend a lot on learning from the global experience and being agile and nimble on the national level.
All right, and since you were so short and brief, I could ask Paul maybe to give us one takeaway and one call to action.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. So I think the key takeaway that I bring is that there is an interest in exploring the use of this public infrastructure for digital inclusion. That's clear from our discussions today. There is a call to action to the governments to reflect on their commitments that they made 20 years ago at WSIS about ensuring that that post offices, libraries and schools, as you mentioned before, were key implementation agents for connectivity and digital inclusion. That's still as relevant today as it was 20 years ago, and the call to action is for governments and policymakers to meet their commitments that were made 20 years ago.
Thank you very much. And I would like to give my own final call to action. Do it, but do it safely and do it securely. Come to us for advice on that, and we can help you with that. With that, I'd like to end this discussion. Thank you so much for your participation, for your engagement, for the great knowledge shared. This recording will be available online on the Internet Governance Forum YouTube channel. So if you missed anything, feel free to review it. Thank you once again. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the IGF. Enjoy Kyoto. Konnichiwa.
And before leaving,
Arigato.
Taste the chocolate, please. Everybody deserved a little bit of it.
Chocolate for free. Thank you all.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone, and where you are, and welcome to this session, focused on the presentation of the South-South report on harnessing digitalization for African industrialization. This report was prepared in collaboration with the United Nations Economic Commission and South-South Cooperation. And why we have this report, why we prepare together this report, for several reasons. First, digitalization offers a new frontier for Africa industrialization. It has the potential to boost all service efficiently and also to provide new form to create value chain in the continent. We have seen a lot of progress on digitalization, development of startup, tech up, also the development of new technology in the continent. I can give you some example. For example, between 2020 and 2021, the number of fintech startups has tripled to 5,200 startups in 2022. Also, according to the several studies, such as a study produced by Google, Africa internet economy has the potential to reach 5.2% of the GDP in 2025, estimated on $180 billion. And this projection also, by 2050, it will be represent 8.5% of the continent GDP. This will reach around $712 billion. In this context, we need, as a UN key player in the continent, to provide guidance or to have a diagnostic on the continent where we are and how we can take opportunity of this novel technology to digitalize the continent to get profit of this excellent news contribution to the GDP. And why we collaboratively, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation conducted this study. I will give the floor to my colleague Annie from United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation to present the report before we open the panel to discuss with our distinguished panelists. Today, we have 5 distinguished panelists, 2 online and 3 in person. Online, we have Mr. Marvala, the rector of United Nations University. He will be joined us by online. I think Mr. Dr. Marvala is online. Also, another distinguished panelist online will be Tefsi Gola from Strategy Arden Civil Society. In person, I have on my left my brother and friend, long time ago, since Rwanda. And he will be one of the key panelists, Astusi Yamanaka, Senior Advisor of Digital Transformation in JICA. You are based now in Japan. I think you come back home. On my left, Honorable Susan Dossi, member of the Parliament of Malawi. And last but not least, Dr. Nir Keshri, University of North Carolina in Japan. I'm also one of your brothers, by the way. Another brother. And another sister also. Yeah. Okay. It will be very, very nice panel because I'm going to moderate my brother, my sister. And I will not ask you question, just we are going to discuss. Now to start, let's have the video of Annie, because it's too late where it is now. And for 15 minutes to have a presentation of the report before we go through to the discussion. Thank you.
Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm Dr. Hani Besada, Senior Research and Program Advisor with the UN Office for South-South Cooperation in New York City. It's my sincere pleasure to be speaking to you today on the topic of a forthcoming joint UN Office for South-South Cooperation, UN Economic Commission for Africa initiative and report on the subject of South-South cooperation for harnessing digitalization for Africa's industrialization. I'm sorry I cannot be with you in person, but I've prepared a short presentation on the subject to help guide today's session and deliberations. Revisiting industrialization in Africa and the potential role for digitalization and South-South cooperation. Africa's structural transformation has long been advocated with industrialization as the key strategy to increase productivity, improved economic efficiency across different sectors, revenue generation, private sector development sector, employment creation, and the value chain development. Digitalization has the potential to change the narrative of weak industrial development based on manufacturing, soft and hard infrastructure deficits, human capital skills constraints, and a poor business enabling environment that can be addressed. Digitalization in Africa has the challenges of poor implementation of industrial policies, lack of investments in technological upgrades, inadequate willingness to engage in industrial policy experimentation, and lack of feedback systems used in many African countries. Nonetheless, recent decades have seen significant improvements in aspects of governance, industrial policy across African countries, such as in Ethiopia and Ghana. South-South cooperation offers technical support through knowledge exchange, as well as coordination of policies development strategies. In addition, the cooperative agreements provide opportunities for technological advancements, such as the Belt and Road Initiative or the Information Silk Road driven by China's tech giants, Huawei and ZTE. Determinants of a fourth industrial revolution in Africa. Through the adoption of technology, a fourth industrial revolution is possible in Africa, despite significant development challenges. With new digital technologies, there'll be opportunities for African countries to build new industries, deliver better health and education, other government services, improve markets, and in general, enhance people's lives. What determines the success or failure of digital technology is not only the technology itself, but rather how prepared countries are for technological change and how they use this technology. Thus, governments should make investments in basic digital infrastructure and soft investments in people, including exploiting South-South cooperation opportunities, developing integrated digital strategies within African countries. Other investments include physical infrastructures like electricity and internet access, foundational digital systems like digital ID, and finance. Making policies, laws, and regulations for digital inclusion for all, which covers improving affordability of services, adopting services for the marginalized and overcoming gender norms, setting up partnerships involving all relevant government stakeholders and collaborations with other governments in the Global South. Other determinants include technological interoperability, technical connection between information and communication technology applications, political interoperability, that is in line with line ministries talking to and working together with other line ministries, both domestically and in other developing countries, and governments engaging with other relevant stakeholders, including the private sector and civil society, to ensure that the maximum benefits can be delivered across the whole of the economy and society. Looking at the state of digitalization in Africa and Africa's own digital innovations, as of 2018, Africa was the world's second largest mobile phone market. Internet penetration across the continent has increased tenfold since early 2000s, compared to a threefold increase in the rest of the world, according to the IMF. Mobile money transactions as a share of GDP are roughly 25%, compared to just 5% in the rest of the world. E-commerce sales have in the last 5 years grown from $160 million to $570 million, while the export of professional and IT services delivered electronically rose from $16.7 million to $21.1 million in 2018, according to the OECD. COVID-19 has heightened the need for digital work products and services, as these are increasingly become the mainstay for businesses, educational industries, and families. In terms of Africa's own digital innovation, there's a proliferation of ICT development clusters, such as the iHub and NILab in Kenya, Hive CoLab and App Lab in Uganda, Active Spaces in Cameroon, Banta Labs in Senegal, or InfoDev M Labs in South Africa. It's a proof of the new environment of collaboration, training, application, content development, and pre-incubation of firms taking place. Currently, the continent boasts an estimated 643 active tech labs. South Corporation has an important impact on African digitalization through partnerships with the BRICS countries and other emerging groups. Groups such as IPSA and FOCAG are also very immensely important in this respect. Through South Corporation, China's telecommunication giants Huawei and ZTE has prominent presence in African digitalization through the principles of win-win. Digitalization from development point of view requires an appropriate policy and institutional framework, and the expectation to contribute to the human capital development. In the context of African-China relations, digitalization does not address, however, Africa's continuing and deepening structural dependency in the informationalized global economy. Thus, African governments must address market structures failures as part of a new policy and institutional agenda and invest in human capital endeavors to maximize digitalization opportunities. Let's look deeper in terms of digitalization for industrialization from a sector specific. On looking at agro-processing and commodity-based value chain, agriculture in the continent is primarily subsistence-driven, employs an inaccurate use of modern technologies, and is poorly integrated with other sectors such as manufacturing and markets. The continent is also battling climate change impacts, resulting in agricultural losses amounting to 2 to 7% of GDP. Other challenges include unpredictable weather conditions and climate change risks, increased loss of soil fertility. Agro-industry in Africa is plagued by numerous challenges, most of which are country-specific or sector-specific and product category, including lack of access to infrastructure, roads, railroad, lack of access to finance, lack of enabling environments, or access to regional markets due to low intra-Africa trade. Agro-industrialization is a formidable strategy where the current structure of the smallholder agriculture shifts towards fewer and larger farms through mechanization. Thus, data for agriculture comes very important. Data for agriculture moves away from promoting information and communication technologies to enabling the power of data and associated businesses to transform agriculture. The opportunities for harnessing digitalization and South-South cooperation for agro-industrialization in Africa remains immense. Industry 4.0 is considered as an opportunity to improve productivity, including farm productivity, through automation and optimization. In the transport and logistics sector, so among the key sectors on the continent that have relatively large amounts of data and high propensity for digitalization. Much of the continent's railway networks are outdated and poorly maintained due to historical legacies. The 64 seaports are poorly equipped and uneconomically operating, plagued by long processing time and poor shipping handling measures. The African Continental Free Trade Area creates a single market and has the potential for unlocking and strengthening logistics and transport sector. Digitalization on the logistics sector has made significant impact, like enhancing the efficiency of customs and border management clearances, creation of electronic single window systems like in Rwanda, in Ghana, and Senegal, implementation of a one-stop border post in East African community to facilitate intra-Africa and regional trade, creation of Uber app, where over 10,000 drivers are using the app with the attraction of international funding, as well as funding from the continent, including $10 million from commercial banks in Nigeria. In terms of policy, the Sub-Saharan African Transport Policy Program has created networks of specialists in transport sector fields and brought together decision makers and stakeholders to develop transport policy. This policy addresses the issue of customs regulations and laws, administrative procedures for facilitating the clearances of goods, as well as the creation of trade finance mechanisms. Despite the challenges faced in industrialization processes in Africa, the continent has achieved a lot, especially through leveraging South-South cooperation, through policy frameworks and strengthening governance. Let's look at country specifics here in terms of digitalization or industrialization. Taking the example of Ethiopia, the second most populous country on the continent. The country has initiated the Asian model of economic transformation by building industrial parks which are believed to be conduits of transforming the industrialization agenda. The country has made significant progress in the last few years on internet connectivity, mobile coverage, 95% across where population is living, including with broadband subscription. AI developments in Ethiopia have taken a different route as compared to other African countries. AI in the country started by small startup companies working privately, which resulted in various AI-focused startups in Ethiopia. The most prominent include iCog Lab, Ethio Cloud, IDIS, Ethio Robot, Blue Moon, and Gebaya. South-South cooperation in the digital sector has improved Ethiopia's improvement in terms of broadband technologies over the last 10 years, with the participation and investment of donor countries and donor partners, including Chinese multinational corporations such as Huawei and ZTE, by investing more than $1.6 billion in the country's infrastructure. Ethiopian policymakers and the business environment should carefully consider whether the environment is ready to be shaped by unfolding technological innovation. Consider if the digital infrastructures are in place. This includes the development and readiness of both the human capital, skilled manpower, physical infrastructure, and understanding the consequences, such as unemployment challenges and opportunities that arise with disruptive technologies, such as AI. Brazil has developed itself as a key global power in agriculture technology, AgTech, with 125 companies in 2019. ALS calculates farmers' needs and improves real-time recommendations regarding seeds, fertilizers, and other actions to be taken to maximize productivity. SolifTech was being used on more than 6.5 million hectares to monitor equipment. While Mexico's new fintech law on regulatory and supervisory requirements are applied to banks and other financial institutions. These are some of the other examples that the continent could look at in terms of recommendations on how to improve digitalization on the continent. Despite successes, the global South economies face challenges in the industrialization in the area of gender gap, where the majority of women do not have access to internet, low quality infrastructure, where would that make it difficult to deploy digital solutions. A large proportion of the population in the global South live in rural areas, which makes it more difficult and costly to build infrastructures, particularly 5G networks, lack of AI talent such as machine learning engineers, lack of manpower needed in designing software, services, and other complex systems required for industrialization. There's a need for adequate policies for digitalization and industrialization initiatives. African economies can take a lesson from successful economies, especially in developing local digital solutions that could stimulate industrialization by increasing research and development spending. Digitalizations call for comprehensive policy frameworks at both the national and regional levels to address complex issues that accompany digital transformation. Digital technology are being increasingly used to address health, social, humanitarian, and economic, as well as environmental problems facing the continent and other southern economies. Among the most important lessons that African countries cannot completely rely on northern technologies and must develop their own digital solutions collectively. This is because most of the technologies imported from other northern economies tend to have a low degree of usefulness and high cost in the African context. Thus, intensifying research and development activities and developing local digital manpower is key, as well as promoting South-South cooperation, which holds immense opportunities for African states in terms of sharing appropriate technologies and human capital. Thank you very much for listening and wish you all a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you, Annie, for this comprehensive presentation of the report. Following his presentation, he focused on key area on like the importance and the limitation of industrialization in the continent. We have a full potential, but we need to overcome to the insufficient capacity and resource will play a significant role to improve, to develop, to increase the industrialization in the continent. I highlight also the role of digitalization, as digitalization offer a new frontier for Africa industrialization. He showed a lot of statistics on the e-commerce sector, also on the industry sector. And also he highlight the financing and infrastructure, because without financing and adequate infrastructure, industrialization in Africa will be not possible or will be limited. And following that, I think we can say this report, it is a robust resource for policymaker, industry leader, and other stakeholder interested in the nexus between digitalization and industrialization in South-South cooperation. I think it is something we can have our distinguished panelists to discuss today, to give their idea and the way forward for Africa to be ready in this fourth industrial revolution. I'm going to start to ask one question to my brother and friend, Dr. Nir. How do you assess the historical approach to industrialization in Africa, especially in the context of import, substitution industrialization, and structural adjustment program? What were their most significant shortcomings? Over to you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank
because
you very
you
much.
are my brother. Huh?
Thank you very much for giving me 3 minutes. Okay, so I think you were talking about some of the shortcomings. Probably, yeah, they've written a lot about this import substitution and export promotion. I don't have to talk about that. Some of the key shortcomings I found was that probably in that process, the government became one of the main players, and the developments were more kind of state-centric, and the role of private sector was minimum. Actually, governments tried to nationalize the things, and that is probably one of the kind of biggest shortcomings. And second one probably is that although Africa has a lot of talent in all areas and have a lot of resources, but the investors, especially the outside investors, viewed Africa as a continent which has only kind of, which is good only in agriculture and mining and those types of primary things. And so the development more focused more on the, the traditional sector and ignored a lot of these modern things, like I think the presenter Hani was talking about AI and ICT and all those things. Those were pretty much ignored. And so those are the two main shortcomings, I think. And we'll come back to that later. I'll just end here probably. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. I think it's very clear. Now let me, government has a role to play. And when you talk about role of government, parliamentary also have an important role to play now in this digitalization of the continent. Honorable, you are member of the African Parliament Network for Internet Governance and also member of Parliament of Malawi. Can you elaborate, considering the context of Africa, historical and modern day challenge, including economic dependence, civil conflict, how does government plan to foster a stable environment conducive for industrialization? And could you highlight the case of Malawi? I think Malawi is starting an interesting program on industrialization through digitalization. Could you highlight a little bit the case of Malawi as a use case we can maybe replicate it or learn in other African country? Over to you, Honorable. I give you 4 minutes because you are my sister.
Thank you very much, moderator. Maybe I will start by saying as Africa, we acknowledge that the challenges that civil conflicts may bring about, especially on issues of prices, food insecurity, and other. For Malawi government, it is taking several steps to create a conducive environment for industrialization. Malawi is working on reducing their reliance on foreign financial aid by diversifying the economy and attracting more domestic and foreign investments. Efforts are being made to address civil conflicts through peace-building initiatives and promoting stability in the region. Maybe just to give an example whereby for Malawi, we value peace and unity, and we had to pass this act, the plus relevant dialogue policy on unity and peace. As Malawi government, we came up with a vision in its national plan, 2063 pillar number 2, where industrialization is the center of that national plan. We are also in the process of consolidating the special economic zones and industrial parks. We think that this is like a mechanism for attracting foreign direct investment and also accelerating industrialization and creating jobs for economic transformation. The special economic zones and industrial parks will spur technology and development. In Malawi also, we encourage cooperatives to produce and process and sell with participation in viable value chains. Just to also mention that we also have some one border posts, especially with a border post at Mwami border, bordering Zambia, where we feel like the coming up with of this border post has really helped us, especially on the issue of businesses, where business people are able to transact at one place, and that quickens the processes of clearing and also making sure that the time taken at the border is minimized. I think I can say that for now, especially on the perspective of Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting to highlight this issue of a special economic zone. I think it is something very new and relevant for Africa. And some countries now try to put in place this special zone to attract more investor and more innovator in this place. I thank you very much for this clarification, Honorable. Now, when we talk about industrialization, is linked to the skills. Did we have the right skills to make this industrialization possible? Why I'm going to ask Professor Marwala, Rector of United Nations University, how critical is the manufacturing sector for employment generation in Africa, especially considering the youth bulge? Could you focus also on other sector of a similar and or better outcome?
No,
Professor, are you online?
Yes, I am online. I hope
great
you
to see
can
you.
actually hear me. Thank you very much for inviting me to come. The skills are absolutely very, very important. And of course, when we talk about skills, we need to understand that the nature of industrialization is changing. And coming from South Africa, where I was the deputy chairman of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Commission, deputizing the president, we have seen deindustrialization because of lack of investment into infrastructure, new types of infrastructure, and also new types of education. Now, what sort of education do we need? It is clear that the ability to handle automation is something that cannot be ignored. What we have seen in South Africa is that even industries that we thought we were competitive and we did not sufficiently invest into the know-how of automation and the technologies of automation, we lost them simply because we can be able to import those goods from elsewhere where productivity is actually quite high. Now, the other thing that I also would like to add, especially when we deal with employment, we also need to incentivize investment. We need to incentivize investment into infrastructure. We need to incentivize investment into technology, but we also need to incentivize investment into education, because the education that you need today requires people to understand both the academic world and the industrial world. And one of the things that I did when I was a vice chancellor of University of Johannesburg was to introduce the concept of a sabbatical for people in industry to come and spend time at universities, and also for people in universities to go and spend time in industry, so that the education they give is much, much more attuned to the economy that we see today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for this. I think the sabbatical university program is very, very important. Now, how is going this sabbatical program until you left the country?
Well, it's going very, very well. And of course, the University of Johannesburg were left in very, very good very, very good shape. Is one of the top universities in Africa. But what we have seen is that in addition to that, there are a number of literacy courses that you need to make sure that people have. At the University of Johannesburg, for example, with over 50,000 students, we made it compulsory for everybody to study artificial intelligence. And this is not teaching you how to program in Python. This is literacy that allows you to know what this technology is about, what it can do, what it cannot be able to do. Because the people who are making decisions in industry, in government, they don't necessarily need to know how to program, but they need to know what this technology is all about. And of course, as you know, in the Fourth Industrial Revolution Commission in South Africa, we actually made sure that those things are actually enacted, and also in Namibia, where I was also a member, so that we can be able to invest much, much more seriously. So in short, it is going very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Knowing this technology, using this technology is very important. But pushing industrialization also come with social and environment impact. Why I'm going to ask Dr. Tifsigola, how should the African country balance the social and environment impact with the push of industrialization, particularly in the rich economic? Madam Gola? Yeah.
Thank you. I think the capacity of African countries to sort of lift people out of poverty and create jobs and generate or integrate into the global economy is very strongly linked to the industrialization and the development of manufacturing, agro-processing, and value-added sectors in the service. So I think it's really important that the climate change is really taken into consideration in this process. In terms of linking sustainable development agendas to industrialization, the global response really needs to embrace the continent's industrialization potential in the various forms that it comes in, while also supporting the continent's low carbon transition as much as possible. Maximizing the green path to industrialization could really provide certain benefits for various African countries, and it's an opportunity to integrate themselves into the global green economy. And I think it's really, really significant and sort of a room that we have now to align domestic agendas as well as regional agendas to the global green agenda as well. It's essential to have to engage with innovative processes and productivity, And it's important for African countries to really explore the potential of investments in green sustainable manufacturing and to look at balancing the viable industrialization paths while maximizing green industries.
Thank you very much. We needed to explore this green industrialization. It well noted. Now I'm going to ask my brother and friend Artushi, who has a lot of long experience on the digitalization of the ICT sector in Africa. I remember we started the ICT Kigali journey in 15 years ago. My question is, from your perspective, what are the primary bottlenecks in scaling manufacturing in as a high-value sector in Africa? You can give the example of Rwanda and other country you know very well.
Okay, thank you, my brother. You know, I don't particularly look African, since my genealogy actually says our family left about 20,000 years ago. But last 15 years, I've been blessed actually to be able to go back to the root. And I've been working actually mostly in Africa, especially in Rwanda. So, you know, even though I don't particularly look African, but please, you know, consider it to be your brothers, actually. Yes. So that's a very good question. Manufacturing. When you look at, like, for example, Asian manufacturing journeys in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, it's true. I mean, it started with like garment industries, then it went to electric industries and so on. So there is actually stage to it. Now, when you look at the continent of Africa, should we actually follow the same actually stage? Perhaps not, right? We actually does not need to actually go into that stage where the Asian actually went through it. I think we are much better than that. You know, with this new digital technologies, I think we can go really leapfrog or even like moonshot the industries. And the high value, you know, base sort of industries can be created without actually having to think about the traditionally heavy investment into like, you know, roads and other infrastructures, I think, which are required when you really think about manufacturing and heavy manufacturing. Now, that does not mean that manufacturing is not important for the continent. That's not. However, I think the balanced approach and then taking advantage of these technologies, I think is critical, because that is a way really to leapfrog it in African context. Now, if you want to do that, I think when you look at it, it's already happening in Africa, right? Dr. Hani was actually mentioning about the financial inclusion, that, you know, the electronic transactions in Africa is about 25%, right? Whereas in the rest of the world is 5%. Now, that is real innovations, yes? That is actually really contextually and changing the whole world, actually. So heavily investing into these digital sectors, knowledge-based sectors with youth and reskilling. You know, Dr. What is his name? The professor from South Africa was mentioning, yes, the reskilling of the people and then trying to actually capitalize, you know, some of the latest technologies like AI, to reskill them and then take advantage of it and creating the innovations. I think that's the key for the African continent. And then I don't necessarily like the word reverse innovations, but I think the innovation or innovative services and products coming from the continent really has the potential of really reaching to the north. That is going to be next export for Africa.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive response to that. Now, in the first round of our discussion, we hear a lot of good news and interesting things about key shortcoming, about the role of government through the development of industrial park and a special economic zone, also the importance of education, as well as the use of the green technology. I think it is some key step very important to put in place this industrialization of Africa through digital technology. But I want to come back to my brother Nir. You talk about some significant shortcoming, but I would like if you can elaborate a little bit more the role of state as a developmental state amplified by Japan and as a East Asian economy. We can learn about the rapid industrialization of this country on African perspective, such as we are in the implementation of the African Free Trade Area.
Is it okay now? Okay, so basically, talking about the government's role, number one thing that many people pointed out, the speakers pointed out here, and also Hani pointed out, is that there is the kind of shortage of skill. And if you look at the entire continent of Africa, the continent has about the same number of software developers as the state of California in the US, which has about 40 million people, and Africa has 1.3 billion people. So basically, manpower, technical manpower. Not only that, if we are talking about AI, especially the generative AI, which is becoming very popular now, and that is mainly developed in English language, because most of the contents that they have trained from the internet, that is basically the like ChatGPT type of things. But Africa has, I think, spoken or kind of written maybe more than 2,000 languages, and they have to develop generative artificial intelligence applications in local language, and that requires a lot of R&D. But R&D in general is lacking in Africa. And so basically the governments play a very important role in research and development. In the report, I contributed chapter 12, and in the chapter 12, I have mentioned that Africa's R&D as a proportion of GDP is only 0.47%, which is the lowest across all the regions. Like even South Asia, which is where I come from, actually I was born in Nepal, at 0.65%. And if you look at some of the countries like Israel and South Korea, they have more than 4%. So maybe the private sectors alone cannot spend a lot of money on R&D, and the governments can play an important role here. And also training people. And the International Finance Corporation says that African countries have to basically provide information technology related skills to 230 million people for the job that is coming in the future. Maybe private sectors cannot do that. And you pointed out the fintech thing, like apparently Africa is doing really good, and out of $6.4 billion venture capital that Africa received last year, 2022, maybe 30% is going to fintech, and a lot of fintechs are coming. But a lot of those fintechs are coming from Silicon Valley and China. Of course, a lot of them are being developed locally, and so they are exploiting people, poor people without any financial education, and they are getting a lot of loan, and people are kind of they are really harassing them, and their credit rating is going bad. People are committing suicide. So governments have to develop some type of policy, to make sure that the technologies developed by local companies or the foreign companies are utilized to benefit the people, not the companies that are developing that. Also, the importance of the data privacy and other types of laws are important. I think my time is 3 minutes over.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have a lot of things to talk, but I want to listen from other people more.
I don't want to stop you because you are my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we learned a lot about your intervention. Government has a key role to play by investing in the infrastructure, education, also put in place a conducive environment to attract investors, and also to open the market for the local. It is something very important we have to take into consideration if you want to take benefits of this industrialization of the continent through digital technology. Honorable, what specific policy measures are in place in your country or being considered to leverage this digital technology as tool for industrialization and structural transformation of Malawi? If you have also some recommendation for other African country, because you are now putting in place a model in Malawi, and that model I think can be replicated in the Southern Africa and other African country, because I visit your country, I have seen what are you doing now in the development of the industrial zone through digital technology?
Thank you very much. As Malawi, the cabinet just passed the national digitization policy. The policy is a comprehensive strategy that will address critical emerging issues, technologies in digital space, and also it will align with Malawi national development targets. Some of the strategies that maybe I can talk about African countries that they can do, I would recommend that governments should have new mechanisms to industrialize, such as new financing opportunities, partnerships with various stakeholders will be key. As well as in Malawi, what we are normally doing is that through the national digitization policy, which we just passed, we want to make sure that we improve education and skills development programs so that we can equip the workforce with necessary knowledge and expertise in the issues of industrialization. We are also collaborating with education institutions and vocational training centers to provide relevant training, and by nurturing a skilled workforce, we believe that we will enhance productivity and attract more industries to the country. Additionally, the government of Malawi is implementing policies such, to support research, and as well as development and encouraging innovation and technological advancements in various stakeholders. These comprehensive efforts are aimed at creating a thriving industrial area in Malawi. We want the sector to grow. So these are some of the issues that as Malawi we are also doing. And almost all our policies, like the youth policy, the population management policy, the agriculture policy, it encourages the utilization of digitalization. All social protection and economic programs, we are using the National M&E framework that encourages integrated information system platforms, and this is done through our Ministry of Planning and Development, as well as Ministry of Information. I think I can stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This show also the importance of the skills at the government level, also at the all sector level. And Professor Marwala, you highlight very well the importance to build the capacity to make our population ready to be key actor in this 4th industrial revolution. I like very well your concept for industrial sabbatical program. But we have a lot of, as you know, we have a lot of opportunity of in the implementation of this African free trade area for the continent. They can boost to the industrial sector as well as all other sector, because we are going to work as a single digital market. And when we talk about single digital market, digital technology, it become a key driver of this single digital market. In light with the new opportunity presented by this African free trade area, how should African country can reshape their trade and industrial sector? Professor.
No, I mean, I think the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a huge opportunity, but it is going to be a missed opportunity unless we do certain things. I think firstly, we need to increase connectivity in the African continent. We know very well how difficult it is to travel in the African continent. And I suppose the airport in Rwanda, which is at the center, probably is going to go a long way towards addressing some of these issues. Secondly, we need people to understand the African continent. The Africans must understand one another. When we were at the University of Johannesburg, when I was still, before I moved to Tokyo, to the United Nations University, we introduced a course called, which was also compulsory for all the 50,000 students, Africa Insights modules. And this will teach Africa's economy, history, and politics. And of course, coming from South Africa, I have seen many South African companies, MTN in Nigeria, ShopRite in Central Africa, actually failing because they did not understand the Africa's political economy. And the other thing that we introduced was Africa Innovation by Bus, because we believe that moving people by plane it does not get you to land, where we took over 17,000 students by bus to Namibia, to Zambia, to Kigali, by bus. It was Africa Innovation, and we say to a student, you need to identify the problems and write a one-page essay on how you're going to address that problem. And this is really the necessary conditions for innovation. And of course, going back to the issue of the African continental free trade, we have 54 countries with 54 different currencies. I think one of the policies that we need to start thinking about quite seriously is how do we start having a dominant African currency to be able to ease the trade, so that people can be able to trade much easily and travel much more, and so on and so forth. And of course, this obviously will work if we understand that Africa is diverse, and therefore we need to invest into ways of bridging that diversity, making sure that we understand each other much more, so that we can be able to take advantage of the free trade agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the free trade area. Having a common currency, it is something very key and crucial for the success of this African free trade area. I think we can also touch base on how we can have one cryptocurrency also in the continent, as we talk about digital single market and we talk about industrialization of the continent. You highlight also the importance of the digital skills. As well, your concept, African, African inside model is, I think, it's very important for African to know what we have in Africa, to understand very well the need of Africa. It is something I think we can think about to try to educate how youth generation to know what we need, what are our needs in the continent, and given that they can develop a solution to respond to the African need. And this also, I want to ask one question to Mrs. Gola. Following that, how can academia and think tanks support the development and implementation of the industrialization of Africa?
Thank you. I think in this sense, I would like to really highlight the importance of South-South cooperation and the platforms that it generates. We see a huge gap in sort of leveraging cooperation platforms and frameworks to learn from shared experiences of other Southern economies. You see that Latin American countries face similar challenges when it comes to things like climate change, digital dissemination, and the monitoring and evaluation processes. And we'll also keep seeing this with risks and limitations with technological leapfrogging, such as data privacy issues, governance restraints, and the existing digital divide that continues to grow. So in this sense, I think South-South cooperation really creates great platforms to be able to share experiences and learn from one another. And in this sense, academia as well as think tanks can come in by providing knowledge sharing platforms, such as the South-South Galaxy by the UN OSSE. I think it's really been highlighted in this report and other reports by the UN Office for South-South Cooperation that South-South digital cooperation can really be important to industrialization across the continent. It creates opportunities to build digital infrastructure like a data economy, cloud computing, and broadband infrastructure, as well as regional e-commerce agendas. And I think all of these things can really be furthered and enhanced through knowledge sharing platforms and through providing academia and academics from the Global South with platforms to share their knowledge and their experiences.
Thank you very much. You highlight the importance to build the infrastructure, the broadband, and we need the private sector also to play an important on this industrialization. Could you highlight quickly the role of private sector in the industrialization of the continent? We have only 3 minutes to close this session.
Thank you, my brother. Yes, so it's actually true. The connectivities in the continent, as the Professor Marwara said, is very, very important. And also, in order for the AFTA to work very well, the financial transactions need to be actually smooth among the continent, among the countries within the continent. And, Honorable Susan and also Professor Neil mentioned the government regulation, how conducive environment is very important. And Professor Gora as well, reflected the importance of actually knowledge sharing. Now, reflecting on that, private sectors, I think, is going to be critical. 20 years ago, during the WISES process, I was at the Secretariat looking at the financing mechanism for ICT for development at the UNDP. And over there, we were emphasizing the private sector investment is a critical component for the bridging the gap as well as the ICT for development. And then over there, so it's over there we said, like, yes, we need actually to have the conducive government regulations and the environment to promote the investment. I know that the time is limited, but promote the investment in the infrastructure sectors. Now, I think I have to emphasize two things. Now, if you want to do this, I think we need to actually have the smooth data transactions within the continent and beyond the continent. So the government actually need to understand the regulations, conducive regulations, to support the private sectors to actually transact data freely with trust, of course, and also security as well. But if you don't do that, I don't think we can actually create the conducive infrastructures within the continent, as well as these financial transaction mechanisms, because that is all about data. So I think these two things, the government really need to make sure the private sector can get, so the private sector can really invest in this area. So Maktar, please.
Thank you very much, my brother. I think we can summarize quickly this session. It was a very interesting session, and we learned a lot from our distinguished panelists. I think to boost the industrialization of the African continent through leveraging digital technology, the government has an important role to play by putting in place a conducive environment attracting the private sector, and also provide opportunity to the private sector to access to the national market, as well as we need to build the capacity of our young generation and investing, also continue to invest in research development. I think is a key if you want to take opportunity of this digital industrialization. We don't forget, when we digitalize, we need to focus on green technology. It is very important as the impact, the environment impact has a negative effect also. The digital technology has negative effect on the environmental sector. We need to make sure we can get the right technologies, this green data center to save our planet. It is very important. As Africa, now we are contribute to 4% to the greenhouse emission, and we can use this digital technology to reduce this greenhouse emission, because according to several studies, by 2030, the green ICT can reduce for 20% this greenhouse emission. I think it is also important to highlight the role Parliament can play also to boost this digital industrialization of the continent in the implementation of the FCTA. All has a role important to play in this industrialization of the continent. I would like to stop there to thank you all my distinguished panelists. We are running out of the time because we are in Japan. And thank you for all And thank you for Annie for his brilliant presentation. And thank you all for all colleagues working around to make sure this panel becomes successful. Thank you very much. Let's have a group picture before we leave you.
You hear me now? Good?
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed attendees, allow me to welcome you on behalf of the Creators Union of Arab, the consultative status of the Economic and Social Council in the United Nations. As we organize this session in cooperation with the Arab Media Union, which also the ECOSAC consultative status in United Nations, and we are delighted to have HDTC Training Center as our strategic partner, which has grandly contributed to spreading awareness about the importance of this curriculum among the AI revolution, assuring the need to educate teachers, parents, and most importantly, the children, who are the core of this curriculum. And we extend a welcome to all whom attending our session, even in person or online. Let me extend a welcome to our distinguished speakers in this session. In my right hand, Dr. Ahmed Noor, the President of the Creators Union of Arab and the Arab Media Union. And on my left hand, Dr. Nabih Abdel Majid, a professor at the Colleges of Technological Science in the United Arab Emirates, who is the intellectual property owner to the digital safety and cyber security circumulated, which will be presented in this session today. And we welcome also our speaker from Egypt, Dr. Hala Adli Hussein, the Secretary General of Women's Affairs at the Creators Union of Arab and Secretary General of the Union of Arab Women Leaders, the member of the State of Arab League. The session will address several key points. The mission of this curriculum is its implementation objectives and its impact on achieving safe internet usage. And we will discuss the role of the supply chain in the cybersecurity. Before we start this session, let me briefly outline the agenda of this session. We will start with welcoming word by Dr. Ahmed Noor, then the intervention of Dr. Hala Adli Hussein, who will joining us online. And last but not least, we will share Dr. Nabih's journey with the digital safety and cybersecurity curriculum. Let's start our session by the welcoming word by Dr. Ahmed Noor. Please get the floor, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you, Dr. Nermeen. Thank you for all. I have to speak Arabic because I am a chairman for Creators Union of Arab. But I like to say you hello and welcome everyone to our session today. I would like to express our delight in introducing this unique educational curriculum. We will spare on effort in implementing it in practice. I extend my thanks to HTDC as the strategy planner of the Creators Union of Arab for their effective contribution. And allow me to welcome to Dr. Hala Adli Hussein, Secretary General of Women's Affairs at the Creators Union of Arab, and all our esteemed attendees. Welcome to all. Well, thank you for.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now we'll listen to intervention from Dr. Hala Adli Hussein. I think she's joining us online. Dr. Hala, are you here?
Yes, I'm with you. Yes, hello, good morning.
Hi,
good morning from Egypt. I don't know the
Good
time.
morning. Here in Japan, we are afternoon.
Okay.
Please have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Dear Dr. Ahmed Noor, President of the Creators Union of Arab and Arab Media Professionals, member of the United Nations. It's an honor for me to be part of this valuable conference to discuss the importance of protecting and secure all the information in the name of digital safety and cybersecurity curriculum. My session today, I'm going to speak about the role of blockchain and how it will protect our valuable data and our business and our assets. as cyber criminals are increasing the frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks by pooling their knowledge and leveraging new technologies. The use of the artificial intelligence and the machine learning help them to prepare cybercrime more efficiently, causing more profound and widespread damage. So the traditional solutions alone are often insufficient to meet modern cybersecurity challenges. So we must explore other approaches for improving information security, including the blockchain technology. The blockchain technology, according to IBM, is a shared immutable ledgers that facilitate the process of recording transactions and tracking assets in a business network. So it is a system for tracking anything with value securely, transparently, and cost efficiency. The name of blockchains come from the fact that each transaction is recorded as a block of data, and this block might record one or more data types such as the quantity, price, or location. These blocks become a chain as the assets move from one owner to the other owner, and the chain contains the details of each transaction, including their times and sequences. So blockchain can be advantageous to any use case. The world benefits from secure, transparent, decentralized network, including healthcare, supply chain management, copyrights, and royalty protection, the IoT, Internet of Things, messaging, voting, charity, even the new innovation for drugs, as I am pharmacist. So it's very valuable for me to protect the innovation and the know-how from stealing. The blockchain has two types. One of them is the public type, which we are all know. This is a Bitcoin, which remains the most prominent example of the public blockchain, as anyone can join the public blockchain and can do so any anonymous. This blockchain ecosystem use internet connected to computer or mobile to validate the transaction and to provide the agreed upon consensus. The consensus here is achieved via Bitcoin mining using computer resources to solve the cryptographic puzzle to create a proof of work by which to validate each transaction. This is the public blockchain does not have many identity and access controls. So authentication and verification are largely carried out through public key encryption. In contrast, a private blockchain, which is more important for our business, for our organization, for our data, the private blockchain rely heavily on identity control, mostly through digital certificates, using them to make the blockchain private through membership and access privilege. Typically, a private blockchain only allows the access to known entities and organizations. So the consensus here is achieved on a private blockchain by selective endorsement, known user with privileged access and permission verify transaction and maintain the ledgers. Due to this tighter control, private blockchain can be likely to satisfy an industry regulatory compliance requirement. Also, as we said before, the innovation of the drugs, all the secure data, so that I think it's more compatible or more to be more benefits for the defense army. So it's very important for them. So cyber security is built into blockchain technology because of its inherent nature of being a decentralized system built on principles of security, privacy, and trust. In addition to transparency and cost efficiency and enhanced security, it is fast. Data on blockchain network is delivered in real time, making it useful to anyone who wants to track assets and see transaction end-to-end, such as payments, orders, accounts, or know-how of our drugs. In addition to transparency, it's cost effective. It's important to note that viewing a transaction or transmission may be instant, but due to encryption and serialization process, each record can be slow to upload compared to typical data network. So, blockchain have many advantages like decentralization, also collaborative consensus. As blockchain collaborate consensus algorithm means that it can monitor the ledgers for unusual or malicious activity. Also, the strong encryption practice and the digital signature effectively using a public key infrastructure for validating configuration modifications, authenticating devices, securing communication, and an infrastructure of asymmetric cryptographic keys and digital signature is often core to blockchain technology, providing verification of data ownership and data integrity. The immutable records, nobody can modify a recording on blockchain ledgers. If a record contains an error, it can only be rectified by making another transaction or another block, in which case post-transaction will be legible. So nobody can interfere with the data or change any data on the system. Also, the Internet of Things protection. With increasing the application in various industry, devices are often targeted by cyber criminals due to their inherent vulnerabilities. So blockchain provide additional protection for those using IoT devices. Also preventing DDoS attacks, distributed denial of service attack aims to overload a server with requests. It requires focal point to target typically an intellectual property address or a small group of IP addresses. However, blockchain-based domain name system DNS can remove that single focal point, neutralizing the cyber threats. Also, the data privacy. It's very important. While the transparency is a prime benefit of using blockchain, with everyone able to see immutable transaction, the blockchain network will allow only the trusted network to view the participant transaction. This can be achieved with minimal governance. Furthermore, blockchain lacks the traditional targets sought by cyber criminals, making it more challenging for them to achieve unauthorized access by targeting a privacy rule. Blockchain will protect our contracts as a smart contract security. The smart contract securities are sets of rules stored on the blockchain that trigger transactions when the conditions are met. This automation make payment more convenient. Blockchain remains secure because its components are tested for authentication, data security, access control, and business logic validation. From the advantages of blockchain, it's just with as implementation of any business system through risk assessment and subsequent management process are required to ensure the data protection and safety of business system. So it is very important in the risk assessment management. And regulatory focus, heavily regulated industry aim to protect the public and the critical infrastructure with clear guidelines regarding the information security. And any blockchain implementation should be carried out with close eye on regulatory requirements. Also, in the disaster recovery plan, it's very important that the minimum security requirements for blockchain participant and organization implementing a blockchain solution require detailed policies on identifying, verification, and access management. This is a critical area for blockchain applications since it is potential source strength and contributes to firm vulnerability. So from my point of view, blockchain has no single point of failure. every chain is immutable, so no participant can break a link to insert a block. It's almost impossible to tamper with one of these cryptographic chains because an agreed consensus mechanism validates the accuracy of every transaction in the chain. However, blockchain also face some limitation and risks such as scalability, interoperability, regulation, governance, and education. So it's very important to share with you as the doctor يعني, tackle this point to be a curriculum in the school. It's very important just for all of our students and our parents to be aware of this. Thanks for your kind listening, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Nien. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hala Adli Hussein. The clarification about the role of blockchain to cybersecurity, it will play a very important role in this matter. I think it's very important to concentrate of blockchain and using it to achieve the cybersecurity. Thank you, Dr. Hala. Now it's time for our journey with Dr. Nabih Abdelmajid, Digital Safety Curriculum Owner as IP, Intellectual Property. Get the floor, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about this curriculum here in one of the distinguished events. I would like first of all to thank Dr. Ahmed Noor, the Creator Union of Arab, and the Arab Media Union. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for Dr. Nermeen also, the Secretary Manager of the Creator Union of Arab. And I would like also to thank the Higher College of Technology, United Arab Emirates. Thank you very much for all the support that you give me. Today, actually, we are talking about something really critical for everyone, because everyone has a child and everyone has need to know what's happening with my kids. So are they using the devices in a safe mode or not? So what I did, first of all, I studied the culture of more than one country, like in the Middle East, the Saudi Arabia, and also I studied the culture of United Arab Emirates, and we have a lot of, I've been shocked about the number that I saw. So let me go through these numbers, this study, and just to show you why it's very important to take care about our children. What they do actually when they're using the internet. Are they playing? Are they thought that they are out of the target of hackers? And then we'll talk about the solution that I'm providing, the curriculum where the students can know exactly, can teach themselves, we can cooperate to rehabilitate the students in a way that they can know exactly what's happening when they're using the social media. So what motivates me actually, what I saw of rapid development of information technology and the existing of diversity, an easy way for information. You know now everyone can reach to wherever he needs within few seconds. So it's so easy to be connected to the internet. Although we have, as we heard, we have more than 2.6 billion. They don't have connection, but I'm talking about the other part of the world that has a that they have a connection, but actually they don't know exactly how to use it in a safe mode. Most of the people, and you know there has been a high amount among the students to use the social network. Everyone cannot live without the internet, without the connection. Okay, and unfortunately, I have to say that all of the communities, most of the communities, let me say, they don't rehabilitate themselves. They don't teach themselves first before they go to start using the internet. So that motivates me actually to stop here and take care. Let me study what's happening in the market. Let me study what's happening in between the childs in the schools. And one of the most striking results for the conscious turnout is the many misguided security practices, as I told you. And the recent successes of these hackers in presenting users' privacy and extortion. So let me tell you exactly, first of all, the study samples and what numbers I have, and then what the solution. This is what I'm going to show you today. So the samples actually identify the turnaround degree of using social sites. So how many hours everyone is using the internet daily, and identify the students' goals of using these sites. And I'll tell you what I found actually. And then identify percentage of those who have been hacked between the students in the schools. And I would to show you what is the relation between the level of the knowledge and how you are secured actually. Imagine these hours is not included the hours of studying. So when I ask the students how many hours you use the devices daily, most of them said that more than 6 hours daily, and the hours of studying using the tablet is not included. So if you add just the hours of studying in the school or at home for studying, is going to be more than 12 hours a day. And that's actually stopped me what's happening during these 12 hours. Do we know that as a parents, what's happening with our kids? Look at these numbers. I will not read all of this, but I need you to stop with me, okay, on what's happening actually. So more than 79 of male and female students have more than one account of these sites. I don't know why. I was asking some of the students why you need to do this. They just playing. And around 90% of the students said that it is very difficult to stop using these sites. So it is type of addiction. So it is type of they don't stop. And 15.2 of the students are choosing fake names when they're using sites, and also fake gender. Say somebody told that I'm woman and I'm a man. So why, when I was asking them why you need to do this, they just play, and they don't know exactly what that might affect them. So more than 23% indicated that the personal information is not real, where it can stop me also. And around 35% of students confirmed that they had established false relationship through these sites. I know, definitely sure that you had a lot of cases similar to these cases. But actually what stopped me sometime that more than 15% indicated that they are being subjected to extortion continuously. And I think most of them, in the Middle East, we have in a culture that the women have a special, privacy. Of course, the privacy is especially for every word, but the extortion 15% means that every 100 female student there has been extorted. 15 students of them has been extorted. That's a big number. It's a big number, really. And I'm sure that many other hide at this because they're shy to say this. And also 22.2 of the students reported that they have been exposed to penetration during their use of these sites. And also 34 of their passwords have been stolen. 15.2 of the students have stolen their files and their own pictures. So where we are, and that actually stopped me. Look at these numbers. I'm sorry to read because it's a very important. I need to read all of these numbers because it's really, I need to all to cooperate to stop what's happening with our kids. So 58 of 0.8 of the students express their acceptance to any friendship requested through these sites. So they trust everyone. And this is actually something where make me stop. 38.9 believe that all information presented through these sites, yeah, we can believe it. And around 70% of the students believe the social network sites are safe and trustworthy. See, these numbers actually stopped me. Okay, I can tell you a lot of numbers in this studying. Okay, and these slides I hope it's going to be shared with the site of United Nations, IGF United Nations. So what about the parents now? And also the parents stop me. Do you know what's happening with your kids? Do you, can you work with the social media and devices as your kids? And when I study this, I found a huge bound between both of them. So, and there is a parallel relation between your level of education and what actually, how can you help your kids against any cases of extortion. And this table can show you that if your level of education high, then your fare will be low and the opposite is right. And this is how many, if you high, how many cases you found with your kids and how many cases you saw you helped them. So it's around like 70% of the cases parents can help their kids if they well educated how to use these social media. And that's actually make me decide that to solve the problem, that is not only for the kids. You should not target only the kids. Actually, you have to target a different part of the community. The first one is kids. The second one is parents, and also the educators, okay, in the schools. So if we cooperate all of these parts of the community, then we definitely will help the world to be more secure and the people being sure that how we're going to use this social media. So what we need actually, a curriculum. And this curriculum that I created with a fully support with Arabic Creator and HDTC and also Higher College of Technology curriculum which connected with the platform with videos and interactive screens. So we teach the students step by step how you know that this website is fake or not. How you know that this is somebody opening my cam or not. And also we targeting the parents to help them to watch their kids in order to know exactly is somebody trying to attack my kids, to extort my kids or not. So we create this curriculum in 3 different levels. We're starting from introduction to information security, going to operating system, why we have to update operating system. Personal account management skills, have to increase your skills, okay, to build your skills in a way that you can secure yourself. And social network security skills, and then early intrusion detection. So there's some signs I have to teach the students. If you saw this, then you ought to be attacked. Take care. And then web browsing skills, and then we move to preventing electronic extortion, and then external control. This is all for the first level. Of course, more details we have, and I can share it with you. The second level, we're talking about file backup. How you know that if I delete something, then it is deleted, and no one can retain it back. It's type of privacy. And how I have a backup and a lot of details about the privacy and control application activities and hide my moving in the internet so no one can track me. And the last one is how to control, the last level is how to control your account, iCloud or Android or any other cloud. So we start by iCloud management skills, because I do believe that the systems, the tools has a lot of features, but actually the people doesn't know all of these. We know how to use this mobile. We know how to start calling somebody, but how to hide my call, how to hide myself, how to be sure that no one observing me. This is the challenge actually to build the knowledge for the community. So these 3 levels, actually, in order to what? We need a comprehensive program from basic to advanced, okay, in order to move up all the community. And we need to develop a leader in cybersecurity experts. I'm dreaming in one day that we have a student, before you go to the university, you secured enough. I know that no one can say that I'm secure 100%, but what we're trying to do is to decrease the number of hits. Okay, so in a way that it's not easy for the others, for attacker, okay, for criminals to attack the kids. And let's combine together, starting from theory to real world application and simulation. So what I'm looking for is it's not only me, it's not only Creator United of Arab. It's a cooperative for all community, and that's why we choose this event okay, to announce about or to launch this curriculum in order to help all the community. We are trying to help different community in order to be secure by cooperative with all elements of the community. So let's talk about SDSC, about this introduction about it. I'm happy to show you how we build this curriculum and how it's easy for the students, okay, in order, because it's not only just education, it's a career, okay, improvement. And it's a good opportunity to bridge the global skill application. It's a call for everyone to be at a front of cybersecurity training. So I do believe that the world has a lot of technologies. The only thing we need is to know how to use this technology. And these resources, it will be shared also, the study of different cultures. We call the curriculum SDSC, Student Digital Safety Certification. And by the way, we have a lot of certificates in the same area, like a school, safety schools, and a lot of curriculum, but actually, why it's not working? Okay. Oh. Do we have internet? Do you have a connection? Yeah, okay. So this is the curriculum, the website where you can find a student digital safety certification. And first of all, before we go through the curriculum, we have to start by survey. And actually we build a 3 type of surveys. The first survey is for the parents, and the second one for students, and the third one for the educator themselves. I think we have a problem in the speed of the connectivity. What's wrong here? If you can help me to connect. Sorry. So, can we choose this one, for example? Unfortunately, we are in a place that we should.
Excuse me, there's a problem in connection.
There's no internet connection here? Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Oh.
You can explain it, doctor, at the steps of...
Well, I'm very excited to show you the curriculum and videos and interactive screens.
Let them discover it on the site.
Let me try it. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I'll try to do this, yes. Which one is this one? Is
we are here to make infrastructure for this all.
okay. Hope it will work. If not, then I'll talk about the curriculum and we can show you the...
Yes, so we can let them to
textbook,
discover and visit our site, doctor.
No, you know,
you can explain it.
This culture is like my kids, you know.
Yes, I know.
I need to show everyone what I have.
I know.
I'm trying to connect, yeah. Cannot connect to this one.
Dr. Nabih working in this curriculum for 7 years ago.
Yes.
And we get this chance to launch it to all educational institutions to get benefit from this curriculum, because it's very important to save our kids and the role of parents. They know how to use this curriculum to protect their kids without let them losing their self-confidence. This is a very important point that we concentrate on.
Again, please. I'm so sorry. Just a moment. If there's a chance, I'll be very happy. If not, I'll be very sad.
Never mind, doctor.
Okay. No.
Sorry, we thought that the Wi-Fi will get online. So sorry.
Yeah, who's the next here?
Dr. Nabih will complete.
Can you help us, please? Are you Dinesh? Yeah. Can we use your internet? Sure. Yeah, this is your password? Yeah, your password. I can see your name, but your password. Well, this is a good example that you should not use this besides password.
I got your password. It's connected.
Okay.
Connected?
I think yes. Let me see.
No?
Can we refresh once more?
Refresh. I think they stop any connection.
But how do you get it first?
No, there's no connection from the first.
ما انت فتحت.
يعني على الموبايلات في نت. ما بيشتغل هوت بس.
ماشي. ماشي.
خلاص فقط الله كمل. Please, yeah, what is it? Sorry, what is the name?
IGF.
Yeah.
Kyoto.
2023?
Yes.
Okay.
And the password is Kyoto. Synchronization.
What is it?
Kyoto.
Kyoto.
2023.
23? Is that working?
Should be connected.
It should be.
Can you
Yeah, it is.
Type refresh.
Refresh once again. Don't need to close it.
Okay, let me close everything. So
Yeah, once again.
it's working. So it's supposed to, if you go even to YouTube, it works.
Yeah.
It works. Yeah, it's working, right? So security circle, supposed to work.
The site is not working.
No, the site is working.
Oh, just a minute. Let me check the site.
I need to ask you please to restart the PC. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, give us just 1 minute. لا لا بيشتغل بيشتغل.
السايت از اوكي. ما اعمل له ريفرش بجوز الكاش.
انا شغلت الجهاز كله.
ايوه اعمل له قصدي ريستارت. Maybe the cache is causing this problem because the website is already. It's there. Let's see. Yes. يكون في عليها restriction أو شيء ما بصير. تراي.
It's working here now. It's working here. It's working here.
Working? Okay. It is working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can you share my screen, please?
Sorry for this stop. Now we will start again.
Okay, I don't know what was the problem. This is the survey. We stopped here that we start by giving a survey for everyone, like parents and students and teachers. So if you're parents, we need to check your level, or students, or insecurity level, I'm sorry, and teachers. So if you just click on the survey and you need just to fill your information, and when you finish the survey, because we have a lot of questions, okay, it's a multiple choice question, and then you will receive an analyzed email that this is your strong point and this is your weakest point, right? And actually, you go to LMS. LMS is our curriculum, and allow me to get access by. Oh, sorry. Of course, everyone. Okay, this is our platform. As you see here, we can have more than one course in different languages. We have Arabic and English now. So what is your device? Is it Android or iOS? Because you know the Android have a different screens, okay, and different than iOS. So if your PC or device iOS, then you click on iOS and then start the different curriculum here. This is the first level, as I told you. We start from introduction and with the internet safe browsing, and each one of them has a lot of assignment, like a group of assignment and exams. Okay, so you can see here it's a complete school, so assignment and assignment two. I need to show you, because the time is consuming, how one of them is working. So if you go to find who's spying your device, for example, the video will start telling you introduction about the session, and start recording. Where's the sound? There's no sound. So it's sound telling you, yeah. I don't know. So let's start. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Can I? It's touch screen, sorry. Yeah. Click here. Speaker. Okay.
To be hacked without you even realizing it, and without any change in
Finally. So.
Did you know, dear student, that it is possible for your device to be hacked without you even realizing it?
This is one
and
of the
without any
sessions.
change in the performance of the device? Yes, this is real. Let's consider what this means. Many programs have the ability to breach and sneak into your device, and then start monitoring you without your knowledge. These are called hacking programs. Let's consider various examples of how hacking software can affect your device, if, of course, you do not take the necessary steps to prevent it.
This is one of the sessions, and teacher can stop whatever he need to stop, can retain back and go forward. So it's easy to use for all the students. Allow me to take just 2 minutes from your time, and then we'll proceed the different parts of the class.
Let's start with the first example. What if these hacking programs remotely controlled your device's camera? This means that a hacking program that infiltrated your device without your knowledge has managed to activate your device's camera. Thus, the hacker who runs this program will be able to look at you and monitor you all the time without your knowledge. The attacker is controlling your device's camera and may be able to see who is sitting with you as well. Do you agree with this?
And so on. This is the first part of theoretical, video. Okay, and then the next step when you finish, the next step you start
The first
exercises.
exercise is
So
for
it's
revealing
interactive
whether the
screens.
device is compromised or not by WhatsApp program using the following 2 steps.
Then student has to click start. Okay.
Go to the WhatsApp web or desktop option in the WhatsApp settings menu, as shown in the following screen.
So step by step we teach the students what to do in order to implement this idea and that idea.
Go to the web.whatsapp.com website using your laptop
Okay, click here. It's not only video, interactive screen as I told you.
and scan the QR code, as shown in the following screens. Go back to WhatsApp web or desktop and see the result of the test. The screen shown indicates that there is no tracking through WhatsApp.
Okay, a student can repeat it as much as he needs. At home also he has username and password and he can get access to the website and teach himself. Okay, and also we have next training in the same session. So we have different sessions and we have sub-sessions inside each one of them. Okay, so for the next, you will
The
start
second
exercise
exercise
number 2.
is to detect whether
Okay.
or not the
I need to go to the third part of the class where we have conclusion.
In this lesson, we have learned 2 distinct ways to
So after the sub-sessions inside the session, then we go to conclusion and then we go to some sort of questions for the students.
preserve our privacy by making sure that no one is using our personal accounts. The first way is by using the WhatsApp application, and the second is by opening the Google account through the browser. Make sure you can do them properly, then move on to the next section. Wishing you all the best.
Okay, to the next, and then we have like sort of 3 to 4 questions for each session, just to be sure between faculty or teacher and student that you were with me or not. And let's answer this question and let's review some of this question together. It's not exam, it's just reviewing.
Please answer the following questions.
Yes, start and then start discuss between teacher and this make a real interactive or active. Let me say active class in the class. Sorry, yeah. So if you just answer
Wrong
then we'll
answer.
tell you wrong or correct. Okay.
Wrong.
Let me have one right, please.
Correct answer.
Okay, and then
Please review this lesson
Yeah,
and
because-
try again.
yeah, because your score is, and you can review the quiz also. Discuss between the faculty and the teacher. You have to, the faculty, sorry, teacher and the students. You have to answer this one and why. And actually, allow me to tell you that we just implement this program as a pilot, okay, a test, because we're planning to launch here, okay, in this event by supporting of Dr. Ahmed Noor and Dr. Nermeen. So we launch it for a different community. Next. So you see exactly where you failed, okay, in next.
Please
And
review
then
this
then if you
lesson.
stop it, you return back to the curriculum. Allow me also to tell you that we have a lot of reports, okay, and different privilege for student, different than manager, different than teacher. In a way that you can observe, you can monitor your kids, your students, where he was or she was, and where he or she is exactly now. So the survey, we start by survey, and we end by survey also. And we have a lot of reports. You can find it here, site administrator, okay, and you can go to different options, okay. So we have reports here, and it's also customizing report. So we gave you opportunity or an ability to create your own report. I do believe, finally, let me say, I do believe that if we cooperate, all of us, Okay, we can help the community to be secure, and this is our message actually. We need to cooperate, all of us. It's not only teacher, it's not only the one who create this program. It's an effort has to be taken by all different parts of community. So let's start from this distinguished place, okay, to cooperate. Because I have 5 kids, okay, everyone have kids, okay, and we need to be secure. So let's cooperate together in order to reach the level of secure community. This is my message, and this is the message of creator Union of Arab, and also the HCT where I also supported from, and also HDTC. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for attending my session, and it's yours, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nabi. It's amazing and outstanding, really, program. But I want to ask just how old are the kids that this curriculum targeted?
Well, we targeted from grade 5. So it's here.
They can use it starting from
grade 5 to grade 11.
Yes.
Because we have different levels of the...
okay, I think all persons in room, what the role of parents of the kids in this curriculum?
Oh, thank you very much for this question. Because the parents is one of the main stone, let me say.
Yes.
Because, yeah, we have a group of sessions also with the same curriculum. So whenever you participate in this program, okay, your parents has to attend like a group of sessions just to show them how you, I don't want to say observe or monitor, but just take care of your kids. How you know exactly what's happening with you.
They should observe and monitor, but without knowing of their kids to be safe, because we are in open environment of digital, and there is a lot of risks.
Yes, but what I need to say that the students can do whatever they need.
Yes, sure.
Even if you close all the doors, they will definitely find another door. But actually, the best thing is to think how to be just watch them, yes. Take care of them. Try to help them against any extortion if it's happened. This is my message. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nabi. I think we have less than 5 minutes. If anyone in the room have a question, please get the floor in the middle of the room.
Dr. Nermeen, Dr. Ahmed,
yes.
Thank you, Doctor, for this valuable session, because it's very, very valuable for me, because I'm targeting the education in our project. So if this is approved by the Ministry of Education in Jordan, or still not approved?
Yeah, no, we are accredited from KHD in Dubai. So it is accredited, yes. That's why we are looking for the recommendation from the IGF here to be implemented in a different places in a different community.
It's just implemented in Emirates.
Dr. Hala,
only in Emirates.
Dr. Hala, we hope to share this curriculum for all over the world. So we are make this point a start for all the students, all schools, all
the goals of this session. One of the goals of this session, Dr. Hala, to share this curriculum or with a large number of educational institutions.
I think you have to put it in with the Arab League.
Yeah, sure.
Meeting, the next meeting.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
We are already talking about this point with the Arab League. Thank you for this intervention, Dr. Hala.
It will be very beneficial. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Hala.
Thank you.
Anyone have a question? Okay, I think no one have any question. Yes, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rohit Prashadra. I am from Nepal, and right now I am a student, master degree. So my question is like, what are the ethical consideration in cybersecurity, especially regarding hacking and privacy? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think most of the session is about how to stop hacking the privacy. In the how to know exactly if somebody attack my PC by watching my cam, my mic, and also how if I delete some of the files, being sure that no one retain it back and take my privacy. This is another session. If somebody attack my iCloud, for example, how would I know? And then how I stop them. Okay, this is another session we have in this curriculum. And also where exactly you can control the specification of a lot of options in iCloud and on Android. Okay, and then let's teach the students also a lot of sessions in the curriculum how to control what is this and what is that and how would I use this one and that one and control my privacy using my account. Yes, a lot of basically this curriculum built on this. Yes, thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you very much for it.
Thank you. I think we are here because this is a revolution of all kind of technology, and we have a long-term works to achieve what you say about the cybersecurity in all categories of usage and users of internet and the environmental world. So thank you very much for all attendees online and in person. And I hope, thank you, Dr. Nabi, for this outstanding presentation. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Noor, for your auspices for this initiative. Thank you, Dr. Hala, for joining us in your presentation. We hope that it will be implemented by the largest number of educational institutions to protect our children and draw a new map for the safe use of the internet. Thank you for you all. See you next IGF in Riyadh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you, Dr. Nermeen. Hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.